Yes, the patron request. What I meant to say was, yes, the BGM request. Yes, the reason that's not there, I just remembered, is because we had the dropped connection the other day, so when I restarted the stream, I had to deactivate the marked item. But hi, everybody. Hello, Third Bruno. We're gonna do Third Bruno's patron BGM request today, which I look forward to. And he's already sent it over. And hello, Serious Sam. Hello and welcome to the zone. It's gonna be a fun day here. Alright, the BGM request is reactivated for anyone that wants to scoop that up. I'm gonna get going soon. It's gonna be great. I got the YouTube chat visible. I got a video popping up in my recommended that says Sonic Rumble's Weird Hype Cycle. And yeah, I think that the promotional cycle anticipation rollout for Sonic Rumble is kind of a lot reminiscent of Penny's Big Breakaway. To say nothing about the game's quality or societal relevance, just the way that's like, yeah, it's coming this winter, keep an eye out. Eblo says something tells Eblo that we might hear some wonderful wowie zowie today. And hello, JJ. Dude, today's gonna be fire. If anyone out there in Tinseltown was on the fence of whether to watch my streams, after today's broadcast, there will be no remaining doubt in your mind. You'll know if the zone is for you or not. All right, 4 p.m., baby. Let's do this thing. And by the way, what I said a couple minutes ago is really not about anyone, who's here normally in chat. I say that because the number of followers that I have on Twitter, here on Twitch, has been, what's the word? Slightly trending down. The number of followers is, going down. So there's at least some people who are jumping ship, which is totally fine. I'm not upset about that. I'm just acknowledging the reality. And also, what's funny about the Alex Yard Adventure channel, which has gotten so many videos as of the past couple weeks. Well, the thing with that is, I was always pretty close to 4,000 subscribers. That's kind of where the channel and I'm opening the game now. I'm going to come on the screen in a moment. the Alex Yard Adventure channel was always kind of just below 4,000 subscribers. And in the past 2 weeks, it has broken the threshold of 4,000 subscribers and then dipped down below. It's gone back and forth like at least 3 times, hitting that 4,000 milestone and then having it undone, which is pretty hilarious. Alright, you're gonna see me soon. It's gonna be awesome. It's just Dolphin likes to anti-cooperate. Eblo wonders how many times you're gonna see the poor kitten destroy its lungs, but while waltzing playfully. Long live Doc Future. He posted some weird, crossword videos to one of his alternate channels. I mean, imagine seeing that in children's programming when you were children. Here I am. What's up, everyone? Third Bruno found a few videos from that AI YouTuber that have no swears. Yeah, absolutely, Third Bruno. You can drop that in the server. And I'm sure all of you have been waiting with bated breath for that reaction tuber to post his video reacting to me. I've sure been checking it a total of 1 time right before this stream. I'm gonna get you. Sonic speed. Alright, let's do it, baby. 15 hours into the adventure. Who would have thought that I would have played 15 hours of Sonic Riders? Life is good. To another 15 hours. Sonic Riders till I'm 60. Because these missions are not easy. Let's start with the more deluxe mission. Night Chase. Just do tricks. What could go wrong? Now, BamKazam found a leaked video of Sonic Cross Worlds on Twitter. And I guess we're, having a no-spoiler policy for Sonic Cross Worlds, so don't drop any specific details, but I am glad to see BamKazam add that people really liked it. Yeah, I mean, have the PlayStation exclusive playtest sessions started up yet? And what was that space junk that I missed? So far, so bad. Now this is just tricks, right? So why was there a space jump? Bonus apparatus. You can't destroy these cars. I can do tricks on the half-pipe, as you know. I thought that was a boost pad. I'm gonna restart now. Okay, Eblo says that the playtest thing is this weekend. PS5 exclusive. And if it's constrained to one of the 6 platforms. BamKazam has sympathy for Cream. Poor Cream getting thrown backwards. The mission is points, right? I don't know why I saw the number 6 coming into this. Oh, that's not a fun collectible. That's a hazard to avoid. Alright, I'm gonna avoid the anti-fun hazards. BamKazam signed up for the beta, but you don't know if you're gonna get it. Yeah, who was it that I talked to that signed up for those? Was it maybe Bruno or EB? I'm forgetting. Hey, what's up, Kyo? Kyo's got a cool new badge. A Twitch heart. Kyo is not sure how you can spoil a racing game. I guess it would be mechanics. The way the races work, exactly which features are in it. I don't know. If it was me by default, I would say that it's fine to but I know not. I don't want to speak for everyone. Yeah, you could easily spoil, and it would be considered a spoiler to give away mechanics, locations, individual racers. Yeah, so what is that heart logo, Keo? Was that a gift from Jeff Keighley this past Valentine's Day? Alright, I gotta do high jumps so I can get the maximum trick. No, I don't think I get trick points for going on that upper route or anything. Poor cream. There's barely any ramps, dude. There's half-pipe, sure. Let me do a really sweet deluxe trick. Ready? Dude. I did a little micro trick. You make it work. Yeah, Keo says it's a Valentine's Day badge for sharing and whatnot. Short 1 point. So clearly I have it in me. I just need to nail any trick on the damn half-pipe. Well, slightly better trick. Eblo needs somebody to spoil non-Sonic properties in the game. You must transform. I mean, I don't think it's a spoiler to say that... Because we could see transforming vehicles in the trailer, couldn't we? And hello, Jason. Hello and welcome. What a day we have in store for Jason and everyone else. Bamkuzam's over here just wondering what's happening to Sonic Rumble. And yeah, as I was booting up the stream, I did see that thumbnail that was like, yeah, the weird hype cycle for Sonic Rumble. You know, speaking of Sonic-related media literacy, I talked about my Bentley Jones misstep the other day, but at one point I also thought that Sonic Rumble had been announced for winter 2024. Like, I thought it was going to come out before the new year. I'm not getting the job done. I'm doing pretty good, Jason. I'm looking forward to today's slate of gaming and video game music requests. We're going to have on-screen segments today. Sorry. And I may even get some of those started before Sonic R. So I have some warm-up segments that are less, main stage news. And then the more traditional tidbits. Once we get to the main event, which is, of course, Sonic R. And we'll probably play Sonic R for like a brisk half hour. It's not going to be a mega session or anything. We also have to decide, and you can let me know what you think, of how to structure the wagers. So we could do it that, you got to get first place. What's 5 plus 8? 13, right? I'm not going to have enough. Hey, how's it going, Dim Rupees? Jason is certainly looking forward to Sonic Cross Worlds. Yeah, I'm going to be all on top of that. So yeah, Bamkuzam, as far as when we're going to get it, I guess. When's the last day of winter? Would that be March 21? So I bet we'll get it on March 20. Did I get jacked for points? 2, I need to do a super deluxe trick right off the bat. And I can do that, by holding forward? No, I gotta hold back. That was only 2 points. It's not enough. Sam wonders if I'm getting Monster Hunter Wilds. No, however, the Zone's own third Bruno played the demo and had some pretty positive impressions, it would seem. I keep getting only 2 points. I gotta hold back. I'm sorry. I'm gonna nail this. I'm gonna nail it. Jason wonders which console I'm gonna be playing Sonic Racing Cross Worlds on. I would think that will be... Why do I only get 2 points? I'm gonna hold back this time. Nice. Third Bruno pre-ordered Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm gonna be playing Sonic Cross Worlds on PC. But yeah, Demropes wonders if they're oh, no, I'm getting inside my own head. I got it. But yeah, Demropes wonders if they're changing anything significant in the game. If I recall, JJ had some displeasure over some of the changes they've made to Monster Hunter Wilds. Alright, that was 4 points. So if I keep my head to the metal, I can take this. I still don't know if I should be holding front or back. Alright, 6 plus 8 will be the exact 14. So I better nail this trick. Wow, there's 2... So there's another ramp to jump on the upper route. That's interesting. Jason wonders if I'm going to be using extreme gears only, or only the karting. I guess I don't know quite what that is, extreme gears. Wow, I got 8 points off the bat. What did I just press? Up or down on the joystick? I think it was up. One moment. But yeah, Jason says, Extreme Gears making a comeback. It's so wild and awesome that me streaming this game gradually over the past several months, don't tell me I just missed my... Stupid. Alright, I know this is brutal, but I'm gonna get this shit. Okay, so I could maybe do tricks faster in midair if I alternate axes, like an up-down followed by a left-right. Alright, that's a good idea. I don't care how many times this takes me, I'm gonna do it. So, since that's the case, I better put on the first on-screen segment. So check this out. Did I show this last time? What do these games have in common? I can't remember if I showed, because some of these are carryovers that I didn't get to. Yeah, Demropes says Monster Hunter is fun, but for Demropes, one game's iteration is quite enough. Alright, I'm gonna hold... Let me just do an experiment, right? I'm not gonna win if I don't know. So here's... Alright, so I gotta be holding back. So I'm gonna say that out loud so I don't forget it. Back, back, back. Sam's gander is that these games on the left are games on NSO. That might be true, but it's not the reason they're here. There's a more OG reason of everything these have in common. Yuval is in the house over on YouTube. You're saying Sonic Rider's story is funny to you. Because they made a new trio of characters just for this game. And also introduced some lore and stuff. Well, I think Jet came back in future Riders games, right? Now, I don't want to go to the upper realm because by going to the lower route, I get more airtime. Alright, so there's the 8 points I wanted. So I just have to keep my eye on the prize. I've got 30 seconds, that should be plenty. Even if I'm running on foot. Cream is fast as hell, even on foot. Can I do a trick on the half-pipe from running? Wow, I cheesed 2 tricks out of that, I think. I didn't even mean to. It just kind of worked out. Alright, so... Actually, I'll reveal what the Game Boy games are after this trick. Ready? Now, that's not fair. Oh, man. I guess it's fair, it's just... getting blindsided by that upper route. Keo says that the characters Jet and Wave are alright, but Storm is a very cardboard character. Yeah, I can vibe with Wave enough. Maybe I'm not totally smitten with Jet because of his just voice. Wow, and Third Bruno reports that Jet even made it in Sonic and the Black Knight. Even if Bentley Jones didn't. Okay, so now I'm getting the hang of it that if I do 3 tricks, like up, left, up, then that's gonna get me 8 points. And also I'm holding down on the joystick for more height. I'm pretty sure that's the correlation. And so holding the stick forward would be more distance for farther away destinations, I guess. I'm too nervous to do more than one trick there. I've got 20 seconds, which should be enough, despite moderate stumbles. I'm gonna run out of air for this jump. I ran out of air at the last second. Oh, am I on the upper route or not? Oh my smokes. Oh my smokes. I don't care. Yeah, so is Monster Hunter like Dark Souls Pokemon? Oh my god. Sam has the classic quote, "He's not gonna make it." Okay, so all those Game Boy games on the left are pack-in games. Can you believe that? You may be amazed to learn that Killer Instinct was a pack-in game. Now that, of course, doesn't mean that it was a pack-in game for all consoles. Those 3 other games aren't really surprising to me, really. But Killer Instinct? Seriously? A violence fighting game? It's moderately based. Look the way the rings kind of spin around, not in unison. Nice. Bamtazam is citing Killer Instinct, favorite all-time fighting game. Wow, did my trick get interrupted because I hit that car? That's a consequence. I can only imagine what Killer Instinct looked like on the Game Boy. Was it pre-rendered graphics? You know, I don't... Yeah, Demrupi says that Game Boy version of Killer Instinct is even dramatically stripped down from even the SNES port. Yeah, and the Donkey Kong Land was also a really simplified version. Like, it was even simpler, not even trying to be just a portable version of the SNES Donkey Kong Country. I have a lot of nostalgia for Donkey Kong Land. I'm not sure if I ever played it. I'm pretty sure there's a Donkey Kong Land 2, right? And JJ's wondering why the Game Boy games are on screen. I'm going to take them off in a second, but those are all pack-in games. For the OG Game Boy. I finally succeeded. You know, and if I had kept my cool all those times, I would have been able to get up to the upper route and then just do one more final trick that they give you that ramp. Nice. JJ, when he got a Game Boy Pocket, it came with Super Mario Land 2. 7 golden coins. I did have that game as a youngster. 7 golden coins, Mario Land 2. That's a great game. Kyo saw that I got not just the bronze, but the silver medal. And I'm proud of me. Weave through the traffic and reach the goal. That sounds doable. JJ says there's a 7th coin. Alright, my bad. But the reason why I'm mistaking it 7 coins is because one of my good friends back in, elementary school did this bit once. And you had to be there to enjoy the funniness of it, but we cracked up. He goes, "My mom doesn't want me to play Super Mario Land in the 6 golden coins, because she said I might get greedy for a 7th one." And we all cracked up, falling out of our chairs like that. That was the gold standard of comedy back in those days. What the hell? What the? I want to grind. If you can see it, you can do it. So this is just get through without hitting cars. Nice. Demrupi says Santa provided your Game Boy Pocket with Pokemon Blue version. A transcendent experience. Yeah, and when I bought my Game Boy Pocket, it was with Pokemon Red. And that was the machine that I got all my Pokemon experiences from. I guess that's not quite true. I did play Pokemon Snap, rented the game, and beat it in a weekend because it has that much content in it. The mission is just get. So there's no reason why I can't. Alright, and it wants you to go around these things. Walks up the half-pipe unepically. You think I can make it in time? Is this a canonical shortcut, or does that slow you down? Probably nothing like that. Yeah, JJ says Pokemon Snap is great, and there's a sequel on Switch that I have access to. Really? Dude, I would stream that. It's in the JJ library. That's awesome. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, and JJ says that new Pokemon Snap is a good game, and one way you can tell is that it was developed by Namco. Interesting. Yeah, and Demrupi says that, your enthusiasm for it was dampened because, you wouldn't really care about snapping pics of Pokemon that you don't know about because they were in all those later generations, but the JJ Game Horde, Keo labels it, JJ has high praise for the graphics. Sam over here even speculating or positing that in every given second of gameplay, there's 60 frames. Did you see the way Sonic just got zapped? Dude, poor Sonic. He's getting more shocked than Knuckles in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Around doesn't really matter anymore. Dude, the graphics and like the character models are so good. The way Sonic, while driving, looks back. It is better than Donkey Kong Country. Because in that game, Diddy Kong is like constantly looking around. His look around cycle is way too quick. It breaks immersion, I'm gonna be honest. Hey, it's Ghosted Burb. Hello, Ghosted Burb. Welcome to me finally clearing the second mission of the day. Dim Rupees. When Dim Rupees saw the new Pokemon that was just a set of car keys, you were fully finished. It's so funny how, not everyone, but many people have a breaking point where they just, for them, Pokemon jump the shark. And I've already talked about my jump the shark moment where I quit on Pokemon. I won't say it again because I've said it too many times. Did I just unlock more missions? I remember there only being 3 missions. Beat the first 3, you get more. Look at this lore. Knock away 9 or more police cars to force Wave to change her plan. This is awesome. Let it be known, Yuval's take on Sonic Free Riders is that it sucks, LMAO. Keo says, poor Clef Key. Is that just rearranging some letters of car key? Change the R to an L. JJ is sorry, but Clef Key is an amazing design. You guys act like Gen 1 didn't have lazy designs. I mean, JJ, I don't recall Pokemon Red having a lawnmower mon. Come on with this. I'm right, aren't I? There's a lawnmower Pokemon. Now I'm gonna force Wave to change her plan. Keo says, okay, hold up. Rotom is awesome, but Klefki is not. Has Rotom gotten an assist trophy in Smash Brothers? Because it's long overdue for some lawnmower representation. Jim Rupee says, next, JJ is going to defend voter registration card mon. Yeah, or hanging Chadmon. Get ready. Oh, I'm supposed to punch cars in this. Here I am not hitting any automobiles. Okay, I can get stationary ones. Alright, focus on the task at hand. Ghost of Burb's, one of Ghost of Burb's favorite manga characters, has a lawnmower for his weapon. To say nothing of the Lawnmower Man, who doesn't even use a lawnmower once he gets leveled up. The Lawnmower Man was just his nickname from before the incident. Get as many cars as possible. Oh, I want dude. Is there any other cars in the rest of this? Yes. But now I gotta finish on time. Whole lot of cars. Can I just see the word Japan on screen? Gonna be talking about Japan today. Dem Rupees, much like me, is curious about those equivalent Gen 1s. I mean, dude, Abracadabra, Alakazam, it was a golden era. Nice job, Knuckles. Keo says supposedly the Pokemon is the keychain, and it collects keys. But it hatches with keys. Keo says Gen 1 does have dumb designs. JJ says Klefki is way more interesting than, let's say, a seal called Seal. But the thing about Seal is that... I got nothing. I think the first episode of Pokemon I saw was the Ditto episode. Classic. Use your skills to cause the guy tailing you to panic. I love this lore. Be clever with your gear. Interesting. So the goal is to be traveling 140 miles per hour? JJ says nobody can defend Seal. Good move. It's funny, you can imagine... Oh, there's like a Sky Sanctuary fan down there? Oh, okay, you have to maintain the speed throughout the entire thing. That's cool. Abandoned Bit certifies JJ. No one is stepping up to be the Seal champion. Certainly not me. Alright. Tricks are not the priority. This is like the movie Speed with Keanu Reeves. You can't go below 140. Does the fail notification take a moment to kick in? Is it once I get to 140, I gotta maintain it? Wow, I didn't even have the speed coming out of the gate. Choked. Bumped into a car. Wow, it's already 4:30. Alright, this will be the last mission. And we'll boot up a leisurely afternoon and do a couple of levels of Sonic After Hour sequel. And then Sonic R. So yeah, the wagers for Sonic R, we have some flexibility in how to structure them. You know, it could be that to win the wager, you gotta get first place. But the tiebreaker for first place, if we're both in first, is the 5 collectibles. Like something like that. And so maybe we should, you know, not worry about the emeralds. Because that's an all or nothing type of thing. I think it would be better to structure it on, you know, the items that, you know, there's multiple of them. So it's like, it's the granularity, not just all or nothing and get the emerald. Going 160, I don't want to lose my momentum. Demrupi says Pokemon should be animals. Demrupi says the one Gen 1 Pokemon set that you would say is bad design. Did I hit the button? Would be Magnemite and Magneton. Third Bruno laments for poor Voltorb. Now, did future generations also have more robots and stuff? JJ says, if Pokemon fans aren't subscribed to Loxton and Noggin for Pokemon design inspirations, you should be. And then you'll become a Klefki lover like JJ. And Mega Evolve. Wow, JJ is going to himself evolve? Alright. I'm not going to go past 4:40 p.m. So I have a hard deadline of 4 minutes. Bump into any objects. Don't go on the little jump. Ghost Burp says, Pip, Plup, am best though. Third Bruno says, Gen 6 has a haunted sword that drains life from anyone who tries to wield it. I started using the Hades weapon where you can drain life from enemies. It's pretty clumsy though. But it's supposed to be. Damn it. Only 3 minutes. Oh, so the haunted sword that's a Pokemon? Or it's like a cool item you can get? Wow, bumped into a pipe and then a wall. Didn't lose my speed. Change lanes inconvenience to me. Damn it, what the hell? I didn't see that little stupid ramp. Ghostaburb's ready for me to get good by avoiding these phantom ramps. Insta-fail. JJ says ghost Pokemon can get pretty wacky with what can be possessed. They just go all-out Mario Odyssey transform possession mechanics. I should go to the upper route, huh? So the upper route, I guess I should hold forward on the jump. I only have 1 minute, guys. This is like my last 2 attempts. Didn't have enough speed. Wait a moment and go. Unbelievable. Yeah, upper route, no lines, no waiting, no pipes. Oh, I can't. Oh, maybe it's no good? I can't really do a drift? Dan Rupees is not saying that Pokemon who aren't identifiable animals are invalid designs. It's just, they shouldn't venture too far from that design philosophy. Dan Rupees doesn't like the humanoid Pokemon, but some are not sore thumbs. I mean, it's one thing to look at a seal and be like, let's just make a Sealmon. But then you got Mr. Mime. Someone went on a trip to France and was like, let's do one of those. Oh my god. It's 4:40. Damn, Rupees liked my dramatic reading. Ghostaburb's looking to get a drawing in before going to bed. Maybe draw Mr. Mime or Seal to make them feel a little bit better about their being unwelcome in certain circles. Alright, next time I play this, I'll use the shortcuts, but that's a wrap. Keo wonders if Keo could get a request for Ghostaburb to draw. And if you guys haven't seen Ghostaburb's drawings, you will be amazed. Because they're really good. They're so much better than mine. Ghost of Burb's got the Mabes. Mabes. Maybe. Alright, what's next after the sequel? Ghost of Burb has a long way to go to improve, says Ghosty, but nonetheless says thanks. Nah, you're being humble. Drawings are really great. Alright. After the sequel, jumping right in. See you next time, GameCube. And some or many of the gameplay elements you saw today will be brought back in Sonic Cross Worlds. It's gonna be cool. What? Okay. Love this song. I hear this beat, I think Falco Young. It might be, it might not be. Before the sequel button mapping. Did it. Did it. Dun 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 dun. Hear that bass? No cutscenes. Alright, that should do. Ghost of Burb says, I'm saying, okay, like I'm in an emo band. Well, really, that's just, Little John. And especially the Dave Chappelle impersonation of Little John. Might as well put an overlay over this puppy. Gorgeous. As if this was a Sega Genesis game. Golden era of hedgehogs. Sam wonders, is this a fan game or a ROM hack? I would assume it qualifies as a fan game? Yeah. You know, it's an EXE rather than opening it in Kega or whatever. Foliage? Ferns. Don't get burned, plants. Demropes explains the moral of Red and Blue was that Pokemon are companions to be loved. Which I think was acknowledged and then subsequently undercut by the Pokemon movie. Demropes continues, the closer they resemble dogs, cats, or are cute, the more plushy sales they get. Ice cream cones and haunted swords are antithetical to that. Could there be something to it where... Does this look choppy to you guys? This seems so choppy. Why could it be choppy? I mean, is there something to the idea that by making so many different bins of Pokemon, traditional animals, goofy electronic objects, that they can pander to everybody that way? Everyone will connect with one, really specific Pokemon to their tastes. Yeah, Demrope says it looks like the game has a low-capped king. I'm gonna, I don't know what... I mean, I have the resolution... Cutscenes off. This is really irritating me. I can't remember if there's any options, in the menu. Ghost of Burb can confirm that Ghosty is drowning in old Pokédoll plushies that you need to sell. Let's see here. Oh, it's just those. Okay, that's the option screen. I don't know what to do other than soldier through. I don't think this happened last time, though. I suppose I can just quickly check to see what my computer's frame rate is. Because I don't think this happened last time. And last time, I think we ended not with me beating a level, but it was that I got a game over. Let's see here. Display. Advanced display settings. I'm at 60 hertz. 60 hertz, everybody. And the OBS preview is off, so I'm really at a loss. What else could it be? I don't know. Oh, I forgot to turn off cutscenes. Sam wonders if VSync is on. Is that a computer setting? And if yes, where could I find that, Sam? That would be my question. In NVIDIA settings. NVIDIA control panel. It's opening. Let's see. Vertical sync is on. So should I leave it as that? Or turn it off? I'm assuming that means yes, leave it on. As is, cool. So we'll hope for the best. If it's unbearable, I don't know, I'll scramble. We'll figure something out. The right size, right? Yeah. Sonic's adorable. The type of eyes that Sonic has, I feel like that style of eye, like the, what is it, the pupils, came back in Sonic and the Fallen Star. Not bad so far, I don't want to jinx it, but hey. No stutters. I'm going with it. Welcome back to Sonic ATS. A game that for a lot of kids was a big deal. I just wasn't really aware of this until much later. Damn it. I think I'm gonna die on purpose so that I can get the life route, because I really don't want to lose my progress and have to start an act over. Tries to die, fails. Vector missed the Pokemon Symposium, but now's your chance to defend the keychain, Pokemon. I just want to get hit by this train. Avoiding rings becomes a bit in itself, so why don't I bring in the next on-screen segment. This. Okay, this was just a quick funny thing to show you guys, because I always love seeing things in alternate languages within Sonic games. And so that's, of course, AutoYaz feed. That's what AutoYaz sees in AutoYaz Brazilian Dimension. You know, Brazilian Portuguese. Interesting. Kyo will just say this, that if Pokemon Gen 1 came out today, people would be more and rightfully critical of some of those designs. Why? Because they've had 8 more generations? Of more interesting Pokemon? I gotta relax. I'm getting really annoyed at this train. After the sequel, also before. So, it may or may not give me more than... I would like to get 5 lives or something like that, but 3 lives, I'll make it work if that's all I get. The next bit. So I was talking a little bit about the Discovery Zone over on the Discord. And hello, Wonder Woman, it's going good. I'm hearkening back to the classical days of going to the Discovery Zone, which I think I've mentioned on stream before, that day that I got a new Game Boy Pocket with Pokemon Red, we went to McDonald's after... Talk about a great childhood day. Gets a Game Boy, goes straight to McDonald's, and starts a new file in the Play Place. Not even really utilizing the Play Place traditional, but going up into those tubes, and, you know, it was kind of surreal, because it was like turn-based games were not really anything that I was super familiar with, so it was like such a new experience for me. Vector points out that the first 150 designs are mainly held up because of Ken Sugimori's art. Is that shots fired at Kenneth? Vector says they are great manga-style characters. JJ saw one of those play places in a Burger King recently, but it was sealed off, closed, and dusty as hell. Yeah, Burger King had their own copycat ones in my neighborhood too, but they were way less deluxe. And then also, the Discovery Zones had like the food, not a cafeteria, but you know, go up, order a pizza, a burger, or whatever. And they had the ICEE slushies. And I tried them once, and they were nothing special at all. I never got one again. It's like, I like crazy sugary drinks, but this was just plain and yucky. And then for that day on, I always looked at the icy signs when I would come in and be like, those aren't so special. JJ loves the art style of Gen 1. Yeah, Wonder Woman says that at that Burger King, that play place has been, quote-unquote, and I quote, under construction for like the last 4 years. Dude, I hate when those signs are kind of like lazy or misleading. There was this coffee shop I used to go to every now and again, and one time I go there, and it made me so angry on procedural grounds. It said, we're closed, but we will reopen in 2 weeks. And the sign is not dated, so you have no idea when those 2 weeks started, when you would expect to be able to come back. Oh, that looks like an important collectible. Is it worth it? How do I get back up? I'm so mad. At least I got an extra life. I'm seriously at the beginning. It's 5 p.m. almost, and this is an embarrassment. I'm sorry, but I won't dwell on it. We're having fun. Looking at these cool kids back. Is this chugging now? Maybe because I had OBS preview open. Interesting. Vector points out that the Act 1 arrangement is by Fault. And Andy of a composition by Mr. Lang, which itself is very clearly inspired by the Sonic OVA. Vector's got more composer credits. And yeah, I'll briefly say that I looked up the credits. Did I have some kind of special move there? I looked up the credits for after the sequel, and the way the credits are done is super cool. It's like when you beat this game, the credits are like a level that you play through. This looks like shit, doesn't it? It's choppy again. I think it must be because of OBS. I think all I can really do is restart the game and then not open up any segments. I'm really sorry that I'm just totally failing. So I'm gonna close and open the game one last time. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm just not even gonna open my OBS preview panel. I'm really upset about that, but open. One more try. Yeah, good that Vector didn't notice it. This thing opens on its own. You can't see that though. Demrupi says that now that I've conquered Sen's fortress, we think nothing of these struggles. Dude, I've made it to Orlando. I'm past the halfway. That's like the true initiation to Dark Souls. It feels like. JJ says the people don't see it, but alright, so JJ saw the chop. No cutscenes. My mind is just butter. So I really thank you guys being so cool about it. Eblo wonders if the refresh rate of my eyes got reset. Dude, we had some... Demropi's partook in some epic chronicle debates about the refresh rate of an eyeball in the human blueprint, but also, like, how many hertz matter on a computer? What is the threshold of frames per second past which the human eye cannot even detect the difference? And thus, you might as well not do that on your computer because it's making your computer have to work super extra hard for zero payoff. Right? Zero utility, just like I talked about in the perfect pitch discussion. Demropes doesn't remember that. I'm 90% sure it was you and a former problem participant in our server. If I'm remembering correctly, the way that... If it was you, I could be misremembering, but... It rings. Did you see that? With the extra life jingle as I'm getting crushed by the subway. Interesting. Ghostburb used to have to talk about some of that stuff at your job before getting moved to your current department. Alright, yeah, Demropes remembers, right, the diminishing returns of gaming monitor refresh rates. Yeah, let's just say there was a problem child. Where is this? Yeah, refresh rates and stuff for TVs. Ghosty was on the front line selling 70-inch televisions. trying to upsell people to the 5.1 Dolby DTS surround sound speakers. It's like Eric Clapton is right there in your house. Evlo can perceive 9999 frames per second, but refuse to elaborate further. Got one of those Sonic power-ups. Slow down time and really soak in every frame. JJ says people wrongly believe humans can only see 60 frames per second. This is wrong. But the point at which the human eye can no longer tell the difference is in the 1000s. I feel like I'm always blindsided by where the train will be. Like I can see those warning signs, but it doesn't really communicate. I guess I gotta look for the track. The track, there's gotta be a track every time. That will tell me what will be the train's altitude. Sonic Adventure. Maybe that's SA2. I'm not gonna get that. That may have been what screwed me over last time. Ghost Bird likes that awesome effect where everything moves in really slow motion when you're really high. I gotta try some of that stuff. I've never experienced time slowing down, to my knowledge. Wonder Woman's advice that I should get good. I'm meant to be a Sonic superstar. Oh, and that's a derogatory term in this day and age now that we've experienced Sky Temple Zone. What else? What are some of them that are bad levels? Universally recognized as bad levels from Sonic Superstars. Oh my god. I'm losing my patience with this. I think we might need to just get going with Sonic Arsenal. Right, I should be able to at least finish this act, but I might not. I'm not gonna bring in the next one. Kyo says that if Evlo were to see one more frame per second, Evlo would officially ascend to godhood. Because it's well documented in most major religions that God's frame per second cap is at a minimum 10k. I'm gonna beat this guy. Watch me get to the boss. Oh my god, close quarters Badniks. Ticking me off. Adapting the Badnik from, I think, Angel Island. Combined with Casino Night Bumpers. Cute, very colorful. Ready-made for Netflix gaming. Just like Sonic Mania. Okay, cool. Vector points out that the giant blue spring makes it easier to bounce on enemies. Just let it go all the way down and then start bouncing. I shall do that. Oh. Can't go there? Oh my god. This gimmick. Wow, interesting. You get it. Yeah, much bigger bounce. It's choppy again, though. I gotta be done with this game. I simply do not have the patience for this. At least the song is great. Wonder Woman just had a jump scare there. You guys, so you can't see the choppiness? Is only JJ detecting it? And hello, EB. EB says, if you're someone who says they can't see 30 versus 60 frames, switch from one to the other, and you'll notice a big difference. Yeah, EB could detect, I guess, the frame drops and the Badnik bounce. I wonder why it's different. What can I say? I'm gonna have to admit defeat with this. Okay, JJ wonders, yeah, maybe it's the level gimmick making it choppy. Either the train or maybe even the blue spring is what triggers that. Oh, that's the... So, that extra life jingle that just played... Hey, I beat an act, so it wasn't a total bust. That's great. Now am I going to a boss act? I'll try the boss. Yeah, JJ says, let's see if the next level smooths out. So far, so good. Listen to this music. It's so not boss-like, but it's great. Yeah, Third Bruno is really getting those Planet Wisp vibes. And I can't remember, did this game come out in the early 2010s? Not Colors, but, are there more rings I can pick up? Yes. This is a pretty chill boss. It's like a chill version of the auto. Okay, Vector says the Life Up jingle is just the Sonic 1 jingle. Well, that's the composition, but I meant like that orchestrated version. Is that from something specific? Because I think I heard that jingle in Sonic 2 Special Edition. I don't... This looks super familiar. There's a boss a lot like this in Sonic and the Fallen Star. Yeah, and then the misleading explosions. Camera pan. That has more finality. Well, that was cool to see the way the title cards came in. Yes, as JJ says, Fallen Star is very Lake Pepper inspired. And yes, see you later, Wonder Woman. Thanks for the good stream wishes. See you next time. And yes, as JJ says, that Fallen Star is very inspired by this, which I played Fallen Star first. So when I played this, I was like, Gary, look. Oh, what was that little sound? Oh, that was... Oh, no. Am I... Yeah, it does something. I wonder what. Vector, again laments the lack of cutscenes. And I think that Lake Feppard made his bed and now he has to sleep in it. He should have had a more forward-looking perspective on Flash, right? Because they need Flash. He should have seen that for the limited run experiment that it was. Alright, I don't want to do too much of this very cool-looking level. So I'm gonna boot up Sonic R now, and me and JJ are gonna do some wagers. And I'm not even gonna send you to the waiting zone. How about that? So yeah, it's not gonna be a Sonic R marathon. We're gonna do, a half hour at least, but not much more. So I'm gonna go ahead and open that up. Hector points out that the song is by Funk Fiction. Let's see here. I'm gonna open Discord to get JJ's feed. So yeah, my thought for the Sonic R wagers is that as far as a head-to-head matchup between me and JJ, well, the first determiner is your finish rank. So if JJ finished in first and I finish in second, then I automatically lose. If we're both tied for first, then it goes to how many of those collectible coins we each got, So let me get rid of the overlay. I'm going to put on JJ's feed. Can you feel the sunshine? Yeah, EB wonders which version I'm playing. Yeah, I am going to be playing the Sonic Gems port, which EB is mentioning that he heard that the lighting is messed up. I was talking about Sonic R, I think it was maybe talking about it with Ghosty, and I think that one thing that's changed in this version is that now you can get the emerald and the coins on the same run. I guess in the original game, you can only get one or the other if you play on original hardware. And actually, I forget if JJ is playing on true hardware, because that would affect our wagers. So yeah, which version of the game are you playing today, JJ? Is it on real hardware? If it is, we'll figure something out. I would not worry about it, but just curious. Okay, JJ's playing the PC version. Interesting. Ghost Burp says on the OG Saturn version, you could go through and get everything, but you believe it would only count the coins? Because Ghost of Burb remembers, having to do the race again with extra characters in order to get the emeralds. But Ghosty is not 100% sure on that. Recon will find out for sure. So let me open up Sonic Gems. Can you feel the sunshine? 'Cause it'll brighten up your day. Sega. Wow, JJ's graphics will feel good. Feel like they look better than what you're gonna see me have here. I gotta turn off button mapping. Look at that Sonic artwork. What era is that? Almost looks like Sonic Riders. And hello, Healing Pep. Thank you, moderator, for updating the stream category. Alright, JJ's never played this on Saturn, so you'll discover that when Real Hardware stream happens. Did I see Supersonic for a brief moment on JJ's screen? That's epic. Screen back. this a little lower. All right. Games. Characters. Wow. Thank you so much, Ghost of Burb. Saying that if I win this, and Ghost of Burb has also not passed out of sleep yet, then I'm gonna get the 1,000 bits that you were gonna give me the other day. Yeah, when I was doing Trip's final boss. Well, that's some true motivation. I mean, we are gonna do multiple wagers. They're gonna be individual level wagers. Who will win? Okay, Alex or JJ? So we're of course gonna start with the first level. And so let's just start with, I'm gonna put 2 minutes on the clock. And it's not super important that we start at the exact same moment, but I'll still do a countdown in chat. SS Sega Saturn. Healing Pep never played Sonic R and has heard it's kind of slippery. Is that true? I don't know if I would say slippery. Sonic 3D Blast is more slippery. Maybe you could say, I don't know, I'm going to play right now and think about the slippiness quotient. Dude, I love that sound when you select something. And this menu music is great. Alright. I'll play as Sonic. Wow, you guys seeing the emulation limitations? You can see, like, the lines in the middle of Sonic's belly and also his eyes. EB Boy may never get his hands on a Saturn because of the absurd prices. Alright, so I'm gonna play as Sonic. So let me do the countdown in chat just to make it official. Not that the exact timing matters that much. There's 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, so the main way to win is by your place.
Ready, set, go!
Are you guys seeing those little lines under the characters? Wow, JJ has the snowy environment. That's so cool. It randomly picks a weather cycle for you, right? Should I go here first? It makes me want to survive as opposed to what... Wait till the light of day. I go up on top now. Shining on your face, on your face. Is this a shortcut or a bad cut? Lost my pole position. It's all for nothing. I love that Knuckles is cool enough to skip the loop-de-loop. I gotta make sure I beat Knuckles. I only have... No. Oh, tight turns. Is Knuckles gonna use the speed booster? Alright, I got first place, 4 coins. Does it show on the results screen how many coins you got? It doesn't. Do you know how many coins you got, JJ? Because I got 4. We both got first place, but the coins are the tiebreaker. And hello, Mr. Fields. How you doing? Mr. Fields is ready to declare that this is the best Sonic model. And then JJ says, you have all the coins collected so they're gone. Wait, what? Hold on. The coins? Timeout. The coins disappear? That would be absolutely news to me. I'm a little confused by that. I don't know if that's a PC version difference.
Don't you just love this course? Now you can relax and look at it.
So look, we'll find a way to make it work. If we have to do, you know, just the time, let's just do it just as the time, I suppose. All right, I'll take your word for it. Let's just do it based on time, I suppose. So why don't we do the... let's do the first level again, but now it's literally only just a time attack. Yeah, don't worry about it, JJ. I don't... It's fine. I would prefer just plowing ahead. Yeah, let's keep it simple. Yeah, Ghost of Burb wonders if they disappear after unlocking the character from the stage. Yeah, I guess my Sonic R education is yet incomplete. Alright, so let's disregard that race. I'm gonna just leave the betting open, and we'll just do this. So this is first level, purely time attack mode. Here we go. Here comes the countdown. Now, Mr. Feels Spurgatory has noticed that Sonic has buckles on the top of his shoes, and maybe that's a mistake. I'm gonna look out for these buckles. All right, here comes the countdown in chat. 3, 2, 1, and go. So this is purely time-based now. No coin requirement. I've got the snow this time.
Ready, set, go!
And I can't remember if rings in this game, like, contribute to a better top speed or something. Also don't know which routes are optimized for speed, but we'll figure it out on the job. So holding L and R in midair is very useful for mid-air turn-ins, I'm realizing. TJ Davis is still performing to this day. You can find her on Twitter, getting those likes and brightening your day. I wonder how good JJ's doing. Found a day. Dude, I just got a big burst of speed and lost it. Everybody. I'm looking at 119. Oh, that's right. Ghosty points out. Let me focus on the time. I can't see it. Wow, JJ crushed me, huh? 112 to 119. Damn. So let's pay that out. Nice one, JJ. Okay, so... Oh, wow. JJ says snow freezes water, unlocking sharks. So, look, I can't get upset about, you know, having a not perfect, you know, competition. I'm just rolling with the punches. I'm not too worried about that. Whatever happens, happens. I gotta relax at this point in time. I'm gonna return the points because, wow, no one bet that JJ would win? Damn. Alright, cool. I appreciate it. JJ saying he won't use it if it snows. And I won't too. Okay. Alex or JJ. All right, next level. Wow, and EB says there's an SRB2 current version of that level. Almost. Okay. Wow, and Sam reports that it's snowing where he is. Well, it's time to get to our top story. So, actually, that's our top story. Did you guys hear about this? So, before I say what this is, let me see if anyone here has their finger on the pulse of Sonic news. Keo says Sam can't feel the sunshine because all he sees is snow. He sees is snow. All right, level 2. Best time wins. 3, 2, 1, and go. Now, Keo says initial D. Yes, initial D. So why am I showing you guys initial D? Which is a Sega-developed arcade racing game. And I put Sunny D on there as a joke. Just because I had never heard of Initial D until today. But does anyone know why I am spotlighting the Sega racing game, Initial D? You gotta keep that dream alive. I assume going through this pinball table has got to be the quickest route. Alright, you got 2 seconds to figure out Initial D. Otherwise, I'm just going to tell you. I don't know which route is the fastest. Alright, so Initial D was developed by one of the internal teams at Sega. And the word is that Sonic Cross Worlds will be developed not by Sumo Digital, who has done, many a Sonic racing games, but rather by the Initial D team. And I don't even know if they have, like, a formalized name. But I do know that the Sonic Cross Worlds is not by Sumo, but rather by the internal Sega team that did Initial D. And I don't know if Initial D got any like home releases on Saturn or whatever else. Keo wonders, is that good or bad? So I don't know exactly what the implications are, because Sumo Digital games are great, aren't they? So, right, but there's part of me that's like, whoa, this is Sega themselves doing this? That's great. It's not that I don't like I said, that they've made a whole bunch of great games that I've enjoyed. I guess, did Sumo do all 3? Sonic All-Stars Racing? And then Transformed, and then Team Sonic Racing. So I got a 210. I'd really rather not open. I'm getting smoked up in here. JJ wins again. Nice job. I had a 210. So let me pay out that wager. Nice. Almost all the points were on JJ. Good bet, everybody. All right, next level. Gotta keep that dream alive. Let's do it. Alright, so we're going to Regal Rowan. I don't even have the 5th track available. Have I never played it? Alright, wager is active, so here comes the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Dude, I love these Sphinx statues with Knuckles, dude.
Go!
Sonic Adventure emblems. I have enough ring. I don't know where to go, dude. I got the emerald. This is not good. The emerald is not the assignment. So let's spice things up with the next on-screen segment. Sonic 3 coming and streaming tomorrow. Just figured I'd plug that quickly. I say it's streaming tomorrow, but unfortunately, it's only on Paramount Plus. Just to be expected. Back in time. And yes, Sam, I don't know what that means. Oh yes, Paramount Plus. Yes, indeed. So it's really only Paramount Plus. I mean, I'm sure I could buy it on Amazon or something. Can you believe that I've only seen the Sonic movie 3 once? And yet I made a slice of content about it. A slice of content that's, much to my surprise, basically the worst performing second channel video that I've put out, in the last few weeks. And I think in retrospect, it's clear enough the reason why, that even though it's on brand as Sonic, it didn't have a thesis. It was just a random list of things. So, alright. Wow, JJ had a 137. I had 137.80. Did JJ beat me by less than a second? Hot dog. I have 137.80. Ah, JJ got me again. Nice one, bro. The fact that I almost beat you despite getting sidetracked by that emerald, I wonder if you went to the emerald area? Because you see the door, you're like, ooh, shortcut. So let's pay out JJ's win. Close indeed, Healing Pep. Okay, JJ bumped into the wall a lot. Alright. So now we're going to do track 4, you guys. And then we'll decide what to do next. Back in time. Alright, level 4. Let me cue it up. So yeah, I just wanted to announce Sonic Movie 3. Okay, and then this is goat milk. Is there a bit in Sonic Movie 3 about Austrian goat milk? Like something to do with Agent Stone's lattes? Ghost of Burb wants to race us so bad. I wondered if the inclusion of goat milk was like a satire of Luke Skywalker sucking down the goat's milk in the yeah, because Vector says that was in 2, and the star. Oh, did I sorry, I jumped the gun. So I'll just wait till JJ's feed gets started. There we go. Yeah, if that was in the second movie. Yeah, so I don't know why people were talking about goat's milk on Twitter when they were discussing the fact that Sonic Movie 3 is going to start on streaming. But now I wonder if it being from the second movie, that was a whole bit to satirize, the death of innocence of a generation. When Luke Skywalker was drinking the goat's milk or whatever that creature was. Whoa, did you see Knuckles' rainbow streaks? I haven't been using those boosters that use up your rings. Yeah, I want Agent Stone to join the good team. Ghosted Burb. I can't remember if I read it. How long should you wait to watch the Sonic movies? I don't know. Are you waiting for certain conditions to feel right? Burb says IDK maybe. Ooh, look at my shortcut that might make the difference. Maybe not. I can't. What's the next segment? Next. Okay, so Cybershell just had a few in memoriam the fact that the Sonic Olympic Games are ending. You know, he's going back to some of the greatest moments. So there you have some momentous Omega dialogue involving Donkey Kong, which is fantastic. Because they just speak so matter-of-factly. Alright, JJ's time is 1:40, which is canonically already faster than my now 2:20. I'm really just not getting the job done today. Oh, okay. Vector says it was actually as far back as the first movie. It's the latte stone always makes for argument. Okay. So maybe even that goat milk was mentioned in that scene where he's like, he asks him if he wants a latte, and he's like, "Of course, I love the way you make them." All right. Let me pay out JJ's victory. Sam gets his 10 points back. Nice job, Sam. All right, so I don't have access to the last level because I'm not cool enough. So I need to take a quick break because I haven't taken a break yet during the stream. And so if JJ or someone else has an idea for another wager to do, I know we kind of just ate through the game. It's not a long game. And reviewers were willing to point that out when it came out. You know, we do have 2 song requests to do today, so we can get to that a little bit sooner than normal. And then, of course, the Martinet Symposium. So, I'll be right back. Was JJ doing the last level that I'm not cool enough to access? So yeah, I guess it would be now or never. decide what else to do before the... I'm really sorry. My brain is totally fried. I did great work on the music theory video today. In fact, let me cheer myself up a little bit by saying that today I hit the milestone of working on the Sonic Mania music theory video, where now, as of today, all the voiceover is on the timeline and all the music clips are on the timeline. So I can see the entire video from beginning to end. Really what's left is just timing the keyframes. You know, like I have all the keyframes made. And when I say keyframes, what I mean is like, it's like the cues in a way. It's like, okay, the first cue is that this object enters, and then this object enters. So I have all those animations in order. All I really need to do is just move the keyframes so that things happen at the right time based on the voiceover. But all the voiceover is in place. And, you know, 98% of the footage is captured, and even on the timeline, yeah, so there's part of me that, you know, I wonder that if I just pick a couple days and power through this thing, I might be able to finish it well before the projected date of March 11. So that's encouraging. I'm going to keep my eye on the prize. I apologize that my brain is a little bit fried. I don't want to say it's completely because of working on the music theory video. Ooh, that's a good idea. JJ wonders if I can beat him if I play as Sonic and JJ plays as Amy. Let's do it. I'm gonna open up that wager. Do you want to do the first level? Because I'd be down for that. Healing Pep wonders how different is Amy. Well, you're gonna see. She has a whole different method of mobility, you could say. Alright. Resort Island. I'll do the countdown in chat. 3, 2, 1. And go. JJ's playing as Amy. Wait till you see her gimmick. And talk about women representation in Sonic games.
Ready, set,
Like we did
go.
for the movie discussion the other day. By the way, actually, no, I haven't asked that yet. So, even though I'm in the snow mode, I'm not gonna go across the water. Oh, is there 2 different snow cycles? Is this one that I have now, like, wintry, but not max winter? Because the water doesn't seem to be frozen. Oh, maybe it is. Okay. This doesn't look like frozen water. Looks like it's glistening and moving. As water do. Oh my god. Come on. Get about a day. It's gotta be the slower shortcut, right? Slower route. Oh my gosh, I'm just not in my element. It's gonna... JJ had, I think, 125. Yeah, to my 130. Nice job, JJ. All right. How about this, JJ? Let's do that same premise on the second level, and then that'll be our last race. I'm not performing. And I apologize. No one bet on JJ, so I'll just reset the points. All right, last wager. Here it comes. I'm Sonic. JJ is as Amy. JJ explains that Amy is slower, but she turns faster, and then her boost is very fast. Oh, and then the other characters don't even have that boost? I didn't realize that. Amy's artwork is pretty great on that character select screen. Okay, JJ says she can go on water, but it slows her. What are the other characters? Just like totally slowed down. Alright, here comes the countdown. There's your 3, 2, 1, and a go. Radical City. I've got the snowy aura. And I like that voice announcer. I don't think I've heard that particular voice announcer in any other games. Living in the city. And hello, Polar Wildcat. You made it in time for the finale race. Song request. Anybody watch the SNL 50th anniversary? I watched plenty of bits and pieces of it here and there, and it was okay, but it was kind of just a nostalgia retread, cramming in as many celebrities as possible, but it was cool to see everybody together. Robert De Niro was able to Polar Wildcat intended to get home sooner, but had a sudden dilemma you had to deal with. Sounds like somebody's been playing Penny's Breakaway. Because in Penny's Big Breakaway, you do these little in-level missions called dilemmas. Good night, everybody. Get you down. The mountains are so pretty with the snow. So was that skybox newly created for this updated version that has the weather cycles that were not there on the Saturn? Living in the city. Alright, I'm seeing JJ cross the finish line. I love the slot machines on the side. So I had 219. Wow, I finally beat JJ by 1 second. Figures I beat him, it's by razor thin. Nice job, me. I won. Did anyone bet me? No. Healing Pep's gonna get Healing Pep's points back, though. Living in the city. Living in the city. Yeah, Ghost of Herb says, I can have 100 bits, but not the 1,000. Yeah, I don't deserve the 1,000. Not today, anyway. But thank you so much for the bits. And who is that? Oh, wow, it's a burb with, is that an umbrella? I love it. Thank you for the 100 bits, Ghosty. JJ says that Amy can indeed keep up, but is still unbalanced. Ah, it's a knife. one of those power-ups from that Alice in Wonderland 3D platformer. An in-game weapon. Nice. All right. So I think we're ready to jump into the third Bruno song request. So let's do it. Living in the city. But thank you today, JJ, for today's slate of races. Well done kicking my A's in all of them except one that I barely won by only a little bit even then. Living in the city. Living in the city. Back to the zone. All right, Ghost to Burbs heading to bed. See you later, Ghosty. Have a great night. See you next time. You know you got to survive. Gotta keep that stream alive. Stream. It's true. Now I assume Bruno's here, right? Ooh, what a curious choice. Awesome. Third Bruno's here. Now, Vector spotted the footage attribution from Monday's stream. I don't know what that suggests, though. But here comes the song. This. Isn't this nice to start out? Some more volume there. Oh, listen to those chords. Auto Yeah says, Hedgehog Wednesday. How you doing, Auto Yeah? Yeah, Vector says Stelmo's definitely a Sonic tuber. Yes, and that was the gameplay. It was a very impressive Shadow Generation speed run. Vector feels like he should know what this game is. Wow, it's like Wii Shopping vibe. It's not Wii Shopping, but yeah, that's what JJ was thinking too. Is this the eShop music? It's like a higher definition eShop music, but it's not. But yeah, Third Bruno says that some people say this is the most memorable song from the game. And Third Bruno might agree. Vector says that the instrument screams Animal Crossing to you, but you know that's just it. And JJ guessed The Sims, which, yeah, I think The Sims has that style of, you know, vocals. Alright, Third Bruno's big hint. It's not a Nintendo game. Keo guesses Calamari Darcy. And Third Bruno says no, but Bruno may request something from that someday. Auto yeah is getting a point and click 5 now. It's like Tropicalia, isn't it? Third Bruno played this here game on a PlayStation 2. JJ says not a Nintendo game. That narrows it down by like 10%. We got a Rhythm Heaven guess. I think we need another hint, because it seems like no one's anywhere close. Alright, Third Bruno's got a bigger hint. It's a game for a Nickelodeon show. That whittles away a lot more than 10%. I'll give you a hint. I've talked about a content creator more than once here in the zone who has a particular relationship to this program. Sorry, Bruno, I gave away an unauthorized clue. Wasn't supposed to do that. AutoYa is already scared of what shovelware we might be diving into. Alright, Vector
I'm so
got
proud
it.
to work for a company.
Sorry I gave an unauthorized hint. LS Mark has a, lifelong Sisyphean tortured relationship with this program. Vector sure wasn't thinking of Mr. Mark. Left stick Mark. Look at these characters. Oh, is it like 3D? Creatures. D confirms Bruno. Let me skip ahead to the gameplay. And I'm hearing a lot of major 7th chords here, which is cool. Oh, he's in court. This is still the opening cutscene. Sneak past the alien, don't wake him. So there's stealth mechanics. I kind of like this graphical style. This is cool. Meanwhile, JJ says these models are nightmare fuel. Sam's got it. Breaking the rules. I'm gonna skip ahead so we get to pure gameplay, no tutorials. Here we are at the Forbidden Fortress. Is this a police station? Alright, so Third Bruno explains that the song and the level it's from is A Dog's Life. You're still not vibing with these models, JJ? Alright, it's fine. Third Bruno says the song has 3 versions, and this is the mall version. Keo says, thank you, this song will be useful somewhere down the line. Hype for Keo's upcoming YouTube content creation channel. I'm already waiting with bated breath. Got the poof retro dialogue. He's got the double chin extension. Keo says, LOL, you've heard me talk. Ain't happening. You could just be using voice to text, but you need good background music like this. JJ says there's something he doesn't like about massive eyes. Oh, they blinked. That don't blink. But the adult models look really rough. perhaps that was the intention. Yeah, JJ doesn't know about the Butch Hartman animation Bible standards. Speaking of the Bible, that guy reads it. Vector says, if not for the jaggy edges, the models are all on brand. Yeah, the TV show does a good job of smoothing out those jaggy edges. Third Bruno figures that the parents were a low priority since they're not in this much. So are they mostly here in the beginning for tutorials? Let me skip ahead to less Odd Parents gameplay. Oh, is this an homage to the roof chopper fight in Metal Gear Solid? I'm just kidding. Sam says that this game looks a lot better in a Dolphin emulator. The Incredibles transition. Whoa, look at this overweight guy. He's got all those lovely belly hairs. What's that thing around his neck? Is that one of those things they attach to you? So that you're under house arrest, they can tell when you leave the house because it's got a tracker on it? It's like a lock you put on a bicycle. Jeez. This guy's got some serious, like, agility. Says that's a Crimson Chin cosplay. Got the comic book onomatopoeias. Is that the real Chin Man? He looks like the Tick from that show, The Tick. Let it be known, Sam likes the second game much way more. Ah, so that's what Timmy's outfit was emulated. I want gameplay though, not stand and talk. Nice. Now we got the Pac-Man World Arenas. Wow, is he in some kind of Tron digital dimension? Look at his cool Tron outfit. I can almost smell Jeff Bridges. This game truly is breaking the rules. Bruno explains Crimson Chin is a comic book character in the Fairly Odd Parents universe. Timmy's a big fan. Also pointing out that many of the levels in this game are adaptations of actual episodes of the real show. Is the entire game structured around the Crimson Chin premise? Or is that just one chapter? Nice. Third Bruno's claim to Timmy Turner fame is that he has both games. That is some gamer cred. Has it been years since you played either of them, Sam64? Or did you coincidentally play both earlier this week? Okay, Third Bruno says alright, yeah, third, maybe I meant Sam, but said Bruno. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's Sam that has both games. Yeah, Sam says the acts are huge, like, oh, this game has acts, like Sonic. Yeah, there's that major 7th chord. Basically a 1 chord with a major 7th stacked onto it, which is right below the tonic above. Third Bruno does suppose that some of the levels are divided into segments, acts, if you will, informally. Says there's a school level with like 3 versions of the school. What is it, in like normal mode and then afternoon mode? And then the demons come for Act 3. There's a haunted house in the second game. Kyo says that Katamari Damacy is ripe for a song request. But someone already did it once a while ago, so Kyo won't. That's your prerogative. Alright, Bruno says there are just 3 versions. Timmy travels between with outdoor area. Okay, so there's 3 versions. Kyo says Bruno shall carry the torch. Skip around since this is repetitive. Lava platforming. Is that the sister? Concern. Vicky the babysitter, says Bruno. Timmy needs a babysitter? Ha! Is she kind of antagonistic toward him? She's an antagonist, says Bruno. Is she playable? Or is she a boss you gotta fight? That looks like a Wind Waker character. Oh, is this more stealth? Bruno says Vicky is one of the catalysts for Timmy getting fairies in the show. What, does he make a super special wish that Vicky, die or something? And then it summons the Fairly Odd Parents who say, well, we're not going to kill her, but we could adjust that request and deliver you something good. Wow, Third Bruno says she's sort of the final boss. Interesting. Vector says, Timmy's parents kind of suck, to use the Jay's Reviews terminology, which is part of the premise of the show. Okay, Third Bruno says, fairies are given to kids who have it rough in life. Wow, so living in a nice suburban house and having enough income to hire a babysitter is like, oh, this guy is impoverished and deprived. He needs magical fairies. Nice, Sam might stream the games on Discord. Vector says, Timmy's life really sucks without his fairies, but having a babysitter is a privilege. Alright, Third Bruno says the babysitter is abusive, so abuse is abuse. And Timmy's parents are sort of detached. And also his education isn't going too well. Is he, not the brightest bulb or something? Yeah, Vector adds that kids who are particularly down and out are given fairies to make their lives better until they grow up. Bruno says Timmy's teacher loves giving out those Fs. He's the Wind Waker guy. Who's that reminding me of? Beetle? I don't know. She's insane, Timmy. Vector adds, it does not help that his teacher was originally one of the children who his fairies were assigned to, huh? got a revelation that gets dropped in time. You had a fairy too? So then, if his teacher had a fairy, but then she grew up to be just kind of a, like, flawed teacher, I would hope that anyone who grows up with fairies, that the fairies kind of help you through the world and help you to adjust and mature. But the little I know about the teacher, did the fairies not really help the teacher's state of mind? Alright, it's a Mr. Teacher. He's a he. He's constantly suspicious of Timmy having fairies and trying to get him exposed. And due to time travel shenanigans, Timmy's partially responsible for that. Uh-oh, time travel undoing agency. Looking at you, Harry Potter 3. Keo happens to know which character was meant. That's some Odd Parents lore familiarity stats. The Wind Waker character is who Keo knew about. Yeah, the kid from Onset Island with the runny nose. That must be the guy I was thinking of. Bruno would suppose that part of the purpose of the fairies is to show children the world could be way worse. I may have to talk about that in a discussion segment. Yeah, that's... Well, I won't go into a rant about that, but knowing about Butch Hartman's worldview... Let me read the rest of the comment. Third Bruno says, given many episodes end with Timmy undoing a wish that caused the episode's conflict to begin with. Yeah, so that's fascinating. I'll just say in a general sense that it could be so much worse is like a non-tent argument. You could point at any given situation and say that it could be much worse. I regard that to be a cop-out. So the fact that it's coming from the heart and mind of Butch Hartman is not remotely surprising whatsoever. Should I do a Butch Hartman video discussion at some point? I'm sure there's plenty I can take to task. I don't know, is Butch Hartman beloved here? You guys, clearly you have an appreciation for the show, but what about Butch the Butch? Yeah, Third Bruno says, trust me, I do not support sad states of affairs. Yeah, Third Bruno has no attachment to him. I guess the biggest scandal with him that I'm even aware of is, like, he had some kind of streaming service that he launched and maybe did a Kickstarter, and he didn't disclose up front that it was going to be a primarily religious-centric programming. Yeah, JJ says, after watching LS Mark for years, you're led to believe that Butch is an egomaniac. And yeah, the little that I've at least heard LS Mark talk about him in videos, once or twice. Yeah, he does seem to be a certified bag. Yeah, JJ says LS Mark got away with interviewing him without him realizing it was him, and I don't remember the specifics, but I did listen to that video. Yeah, it's like Butch Hartman is like an eternal source of existential angst for Mark himself. Yeah, Third Bruno said few of his fans really put up with his more recent stuff, like Oaxis, which was that holy streaming service attempt. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so with that loop, we're gonna get started with the discussion hangout pretty soon. Unless anyone has any final theses for Mr. Butch Hartman. Major 7th 1. And I like that instrument. Is it just me, or did that character have like a Charlie Brown vibe? I don't know. I guess yellow clothes are yellow clothes. But like the body proportions too. Keo says keep the song on, perfect for discuss. Well, the thing is, I never have music on during the discussion segments because I used to do that back in the Alex Yarda News days, but the problem is when you edit the audio, it will jump around in the song to hear, and it's pretty unbearable. I don't know why I ever thought that could be bearable for people to listen back to that VOD where the music is constantly cutting to a later point in the song. Keo understands. Third Bruno says he does have to cut things out or possibly rearrange. And a lot of the editing, I probably already said this, but a lot of the editing for the discussion videos is automatic. Using the beloved feature tool called Remove Silence. So you can choose a threshold for like, keep all the audio if it's above this threshold, but anything under that threshold, cut it out. And then you can choose how long is the minimum length to be considered a silence. And I think when I did the last video I did, the Sonic Movie 3 discussion a couple days ago, I think I put the minimum time to accept as a silence, I've made it too low. I gotta do it a little bit longer. Because when I make that threshold so small, well, now it's gonna make a lot more cuts and put words closer together. And so I'm in the middle of a sentence, and you can kind of hear me abruptly jump from this word to the next word kind of unnaturally quick. So I gotta make the minimum silence threshold a little bit longer. Maybe 0.08, 0.09, as opposed to 0.05. Who gives a crap? I know, I'm sorry. But I do have my notes ready, and I'm gonna pull up some Super Mario Generation 64, I think it's called. It's Sonic Generations as a plumber. A portly one at that. A portly plumber. So yeah, I'm gonna serve it hard to the, the Charles apologists out there. The gloves are off already. So just expect a, over-the-top performance piece. Later. Why max heat in Hades is nearly impossible. That was 1 year ago, but someone finally did it, and Carl Jobs made a video. Today's gameplay footage is from Sonic Beyond. And in the last video I did the Sonic Movie 3 controversies. For the visuals, I made it so it's not only the gameplay, but it was the gameplay put onto a movie screen. And like it was stock footage of a movie theater. So you can kind of see the people down in the seats. I may use that again, especially because this discussion today is going to talk about the Mario movie in Chapter 1. Sonic Beyond. But thank you very much, Bruno, for the song request. I got a thorough re-education in The Fairly Odd Parents, which is very culturally important because L.S. Marks. And thanks, of course, for being a continued patron, which got you that no points required song request. Yes, dollars, no points required. Bruno may try to redeem something for points next week. Beware, he may scoop up that song request. So I'm just gonna take a breath and refill my water, and then we'll dive into the controversy of a generation. What could go wrong? And I have not decided on a title for this video yet. So, as you're listening to me talk, if you have any ideas to mention, yeah, and Third Bruno said you'll need to turn the loop on. Is that maybe for Keo? Or for your request next week? It'll make sense in time, I'm sure. So I'll be right back. It was for Keo. Yed indeed. And that was A Dog's Life, Mom. So, yeah, so if anyone thinks of, a good provocative title, but we'll get to that when we cross that bridge. So So I've got Sonic Beyond's attribution. Gonna make the gameplay visible now. Is make it smaller so it can be seen. Actually, if I put this on top, I can make it a little bit bigger. Not covering me, but a little bit bigger. That's good. All right. Cool. So let me hit play on that. And there should be no audio playing on my computer. I think we're good to go, right? I'm broadcasting loud and clear. Here goes this. Brace yourselves. It's going to be a learning experience, everybody. Make sure that gameplay loops properly. All right, it's got the ads, which is not ideal. Oh, wait, teaser? What the? What? What the fuck? It didn't loop. That's weird. Timeout. This is a different video entirely. I swear I looped it. Oh, I think it's because I'm looking at it in my Watch Later playlist. So I will instead open it as a solo video. Like so. All right. JJ said you watched. Yes, and thank you, Keo. You can update it, the category to just chatting. Now, JJ said you watched This Is Entertainment for like 2 weeks. And what is that, JJ? That video that I had on accidentally just now? All right, so I'm going to loop this. All right, it was that video. Interesting. So it made it to both of our feeds, it would seem. Okay, JJ says Richard Osman is a beloved UK personality. Why am I struggling? Here it is. Struggling. All right, I should go to a slightly lower resolution, I think. Oh, no, 720. I'll keep it at that. All right. It's Yoshi. There's something about modded software. It just puts the biggest smile on my face, I tell you. And I like that green-eyed Sonic on the upper left. All right, this is good to go. I think. Let's see if it loops back. Perfect. Yeah, JJ says it's clear that that podcast is just a big advertisement for Sky. It's at Sky News. Oh, now I get it. JJ was saying, oh, what was the name of that channel? This Is Entertainment, and you watched it for 2 weeks, but then gave up. Maybe that's what it was. All right. Whoops. Where did my windows go? All right, testing 1, 2, 3. I'm broadcasting. It's playing an ad. That may happen from time to time, not a big deal. All right. Dude, Mario even does the thing. All right, but we got to start. Here we go. So the first thing you're going to hear me say in this video is when Charles Martinet wasn't cast in the Mario movie and was then abruptly removed from the games without announcement, there was a lot of baffled and offended backlash from fans. But a lot of this backlash was fueled by unwarranted entitlement that falls apart quickly under scrutiny, as you're going to see right now. So in the 3 parts of this video, part 1 will outline a justification for Mario's movie casting of Chris Pratt, but the important point is it's a justification and rationale why it was more than okay to not cast Charles for the movie. In part 2 of this video, we will explore the previously unreported justification for Mario's unannounced game recasting, the way that they replaced him in the game with Mr. Afghani, and did not even tell gamers that at the time that they dropped the first reveal trailer for Mario Wonder, which featured the new voice of Kevin. And finally, in part 3 of this video, I will be delivering Charles his sentencing, which will specify what Charles needs to do to atone for the way he navigated through his career like a game of checkers instead of chess. Which he made his bed, and once that backfired on him, his public conduct was unprofessional and counterproductive, setting a dishonorable precedent for gamers, aspiring actors, and Tara Strong. Can you believe me, guys? Isn't this wild? So the good news is, for many of you watching this video, this discussion will provide you some peace of mind. By the end of this video, you will realize that this was not an injustice, and Charles wasn't screwed over. Interesting. Third Bruno says, you didn't know that this was the thesis. You figured I was going to have an opposite take about this, based on what you've said. And the thing is, yeah, I've probably said that on stream before, that I was very opposed to it. But the thing is, as I, really listened to a lot of YouTube videos to kind of do more research on this, I started to connect some dots. And I say this, I'm not being snarky when I say this, that it did genuinely make me feel a little bit more at peace with this. I'm not happy at all that Charles is so displeased, but I can look at even the Mario Wonders and certainly the movie situation and not feel like Charles was screwed over in a way that was indecent or outrageous. That's the responsible thing to do, says Third Bruno. Yeah. Now, there is simultaneously a number of people watching this video that are not going to like it at all. And for those people, it will take at least 3 years until this video's message can even start to sink in. But ultimately, the information on offer here, whether you're ready to hear it or not, will ultimately provide peace of mind, so that you can let go of those clenched fists that you've been clenching for the past year or two. Has it been 2 years since Superstars in Wonder? Year and a half? Whatever. Well, the movie casting happened way before that, so that's fine. What this video now aspires to do is illustrate why this situation was not some indecent, shameful incident that we should all automatically condemn. So let's jump into it, guys. The movie casting. That's where we're starting with this. Seeing Mario slide through the tunnels was amazing. Okay, so Charles, as we all know, was not cast in the Mario movie. That instead went to Chris Pratt, the announcement of which was rolled out when they announced a great deal of the main cast of that movie. Now, I've talked with plenty of people at live streams. We're looking at Tara Strong's public sentiments, with the view that it can only be Mario. With the view that it can only be Charles as Mario in the movie, and anything other than that is completely unacceptable. Well, time out. Anyone with significant familiarity of Nintendo's creative philosophy for video games in particular knows that Mario the character and his voice and what he contributes to the experience is meant to be vague. It's meant to provide quick flavor. It's not supposed to be the center of attention the way Sonic's coolness clearly is. The way Sonic's coolness and attitude clearly is. It's more vague, it's less polarizing, so that the player doesn't overthink the component of the character in the game when really the purpose of the experience is for the gameplay, not to learn about Mario the character and all the nuances of his identity. He's just a vague mustachioed dude. And so that has been the MO of Mario's personality in the games since the beginning. So as much as people really love Charles Martinet's Mario voice and can only envision that as the voice of Mario in the movie, well, you don't take those quick, vague yelps and then expand them into an entire movie of that over-the-top accent. It wouldn't have worked even a little, and the people who are urgently demanding that that's what should have happened, I hate to play this card, but how many movies have you bankrolled? Do you know what you're talking about? Or are you coming at this from the perspective of a hardcore gamer who is losing sight of the fact that the purpose of the movie is not to be a direct feature film translation of the exact gaming experience of Mario games? And anyone who's watched the Sonic movies knows that full well. Looking at you, protracted movie romance scene in the second Sonic movie. Right? Hardcore Sonic fans look at that wedding scene and check their watches. Well, who is that wedding scene for? It's not for the hardcore gamers. And I think that hardcore Mario fans lose perspective of that. So to stretch out that very exaggerated accent that only quickly does quick yelps and noises, to stretch that out would be to break Miyamoto's entire philosophy. Okay, now some people would say, oh, all right, if we're not going to have that over-the-top accent for an entire feature film, at least you could bring Charles in to do a new version of the voice, adapted for a major motion picture. But doing that different voice would be uncanny, because longtime fans would be constantly conscious of what Mario typically sounds like, gauging that against this new movie-fied version. But it's also that Charles is getting up there in age. And I think there's nothing wrong with wanting to go with a comparatively more youthful-sounding voice. It's not like Chris Pratt is 19 years old, but he's also not a senior citizen. What's up, Shadow Ops? Shadow Ops has Death Egg thoughts. And so the comparative age of Chris Pratt and Charles Martinet was also a major component in the casting, because people forget, when you make a motion picture film as a commodity to be sold on the free marketplace, well, part of those mechanics involves the promotional cycle. And you can even take Miyamoto and Nintendo out of the equation. If you're the Illumination Animation Studio, you're thinking about which actors are you going to send as representatives of the movie to go promote it on Oprah or Gayle King or ABC Today. Maybe Charles really wanted to be able to do that press junket circuit, but the movie studio was well within their rights to instead cast an established Hollywood actor that can generate some buzz on the marquee and absolutely charm the pants off of the ladies over at The View. If we're talking about how Charles would have contributed differently to that situation on the morning talk shows, well, that's enough for investors to potentially object. Yeah, Kia wonders how old Martinet is. I'm pretty sure he's like 70. Sorry, I forget. But he's getting up there. Now, defaulting to a boring but safe star like Chris Pratt honestly seems super straightforward and non-controversial to me. So if I'm to stop and wonder what was the headspace of Charles Martinet throughout the years and when the talk of a potential movie entered the equation, it could just be as simple as Charles Martinet just thinking, yeah, I'm Mario, it can only be me. And hiring anyone else to do the Mario voice in a movie would be a crying shame. It's unthinkable. If that was Charles Martinet's outlook on all this, that was a misplaced expectation. However Charles or Tara Strong define should or would is irrelevant. If Charles wasn't able to connect the dots that I did about stretching the vague, quick voice too long throughout a feature film, or using established star power on the talk show junket circuit, well, then Charles just needs to get more people in his life that can help him to think through these situations more critically. Now, some people that I've talked to about this are very quick to look at the entire situation and say, no, Charles is totally fine with the movie situation. After all, his voices in the movie on two different characters in a way that treasured and honored his legacy. Well, I gotta say, if any of you out there think that the voices that Charles did for the movie is a clean bill of health that means everything's thumbs up, hunky-dory, everyone's happy on both ends, well, you're giving folks way too much benefit of the doubt, especially due to the overwhelming wealth of evidence indicating that Charles Martinet, the person, is severely displeased and holding a grudge about the way the movie casting was handled. So what does it say, as previously reported by the Netlore podcast starring Sabrachel and Bedhead Bernie, what does it say that Charles Martinet, the person, who has always been plenty active on Twitter and social media, regularly tweeting and liking things and replying, what does it say as a starting point that Charles never liked or engaged with or acknowledged literally any single tweet or post about the movie itself? Furthermore, once the movie was building up in full swing, Charles started issuing a directive at his Q&A sessions that basically cautioned the crowd, do not ask anything about the Mario movie. Right? And this is a movie that he was known already that he was going to do a couple of voices in, and yet despite his participation, he requested up front, that topic is off limits. So if Mario was completely thumbs up okay with the whole situation, then there should be no problem with him taking questions about the film. Think about it. Furthermore, Charles himself did not even attend the premiere. And if you want to say that, oh, he had a convention scheduled for that week, if you choose to believe that, as simple as that, do your thing. But none of the rest of us are obliged to play along. Right? This is one of the biggest events in the history of the Mario series and brand. And despite voicing two different characters in the movie, he just didn't show up. Or even send a gift basket of premium fruits. And then after the movie came out, people were talking to him at interviews here and there, and he made it clear that he had not yet seen the movie. So not only did he skip the premiere, but he was in no rush to watch it in the months after that. And he's in the movie, wouldn't watch it. Look at Cosmic Mario, jeez, this is awesome. Which, of course, brings us to the last major point to touch upon for the movie situation, which is Tara Strong's tweets. She took to her soapbox to lament what a crying shame and injustice this was. You know, hashtag should have been Charles. It was basically hashtag should have been Charles. And she was rallying the troops to surround Charles and console him in his time of sorrow and need. And the thing is, Charles was all about this because he replied to it with a gushing emotional message explaining that Tara's commentary meant so much to him and he was tearing up. And so look, everything that's been outlined in this video so far is more than enough to demonstrate how Tara Strong's grandstanding was really misplaced and out of place. It's fine if her opinion is that it should have been Charles, but to rant about it and make a big scene as if it was some indecent crime against art, when you do this, Tara Strong, you make it so that it's even harder to take voice actors and actresses seriously in the future if these situations continue to occur. Do you think anyone rioted when they announced that the Sonic movies would not be voiced by Sonic voice actor Roger Craig Smith, but instead Hollywood starlet Ben Schwartz? Well, part of the reason for us being amenable to that as Sonic fans is partly because the Sonic English voice actor has changed more than once over the past couple of decades. And that very valuable flexibility that is available to Sega based on the way they've handled it is something that you get the sense that Nintendo is a little bit jealous of that, wants to have that flexibility where they are not relying on, where they are not dependent on a single must-have star that's setting all the terms and conditions. You can think of it almost that Charles got too valuable, too specific. And that was never supposed to be the part of what Mario's identity is. Miyamoto wants you to play a Mario game and just be immersed in the fun and magic of the moment of the discovery of each level, not looking at Mario and experiencing his whole deal through the prism of, oh, I know it's Charles behind the scenes. You're supposed to be thinking about a plumber, not a voice actor. So, of course, Tara Strong is going to have her totally pro voice actor lobby take on the matter, maximizing the numbers of gigs for the voice actors themselves. But the fact is, Charles was hired by Nintendo to do a job. And then after that, he was hired to do another job. But at no point did those contracts extend to the movie. And so Charles unwarrantedly assumed that he was an indispensable aspect of the Mario experience. But the fact is, and people need to not forget this, Nintendo made Charles Martinet. If not for the Mario role, who knows if we would have even ever heard of him. And while it is true that Charles's take on the voice was his own contribution in contrast to the more gruff, rough take on deep-voiced Mario in the live-action movie, but it is still nonetheless true to say that it was Nintendo that recognized that that would work and then put it in all the different games throughout the years. That was Nintendo's choice to freely elect to do that. Okay, so now we're arriving at part 2 of this video, which is going to build upon a lot of the things that we just discussed surrounding the movie situation. This will shed some more illuminating light on the video game situation. Okay, and as I sat here and thought about this, one possibility that occurred to me as far as why Charles was let go from his voice acting responsibilities for the video game starting with Mario Wonder. One plausible possibility is that there was a fallout between Nintendo and Charles because of the movie, and so Nintendo had just had enough, and they were like, all right, we've been maybe looking to get a new voice actor for a bit. Maybe with the fallout from the movie, it might as well be time to plow ahead with this, because the bridge is somewhat burned as it is. Okay, but that's just a possibility. Whether or not it was a direct consequence of the movie Fallout, one thing we know for sure, and I'm going to hold everyone in the audience to this very basic critical thinking tenet, Charles Martinet did not retire. He did not choose to step down. And a lot of people are looking at that Charles and Miyamoto video as evidence of, see, look, everything's fine. He wanted to step back and become the ambassador. That's ridiculous for a great many reasons, including the fact that after the announcement of the new Kevin Afghani era, Charles made it crystal clear in interviews that he's not retired. There is nothing about Charles Martinet's arc as a voice actor that resulted in him choosing to retire or step back. Because he's still doing voice acting gigs for plenty of other prominent projects outside of Nintendo. And furthermore, after the Mario Ambassador title change was revealed, after the Mario Ambassador title change was revealed, Charles Martinet overtly said in interviews that he didn't yet know what that new ambassador position was gonna even be. So listen, I can definitely extend some sympathy to Charles. Perhaps he did have misplaced expectations about the work he was entitled to in the movie or games, but I can still empathize with the potentially very lonely, frustrating experience of being left out to dry by Nintendo, not knowing what the next steps were going to look like, and then having to put a happy face on it to the best of his ability in interviews and conventions. Okay, but the other plausible possibility as to why Nintendo would relieve Charles of his voice acting duties in the series of video games is because he was aging and perhaps his vocal cord abilities weren't what they had been in years past. Now, some people have looked at a couple recent examples of voice performances Charles has done in the games and said, look, he's perfectly fine in these games. What's the big deal? But you need to do a bit more reconnaissance with that. Because if anyone is going to have a firm opinion about this Charles Martinet situation one way or the other, at the very least, you need to take a look and listen at all the prominent YouTube videos on the topic. Because you will find evidence that contradicts what you are trying to insist. That Charles' voice is perfectly fine. All you need to do is listen to that Netlore podcast episode about the Charles Martinet conspiracy, where they provide a very clear-cut example from the fairly recent Luigi's Mansion 3, where it's a scene where there's supposed to be a big dramatic yell from Luigi, but you can clearly tell that he's just kind of taking it easy and doing a very constrained, underwhelming wah, like he's not able to do what he used to. And so you can look at that and immediately declare that Nintendo had just cause to move in a different direction with Kevin Afghani. And so what that would mean is that different parties involved with this definitely have a different opinion, a different take about whether Charles was too old and if his skills as a voice actor had significantly deteriorated. Charles himself seems to be of the view that he's still running on all cylinders, that he's just always the actor, that he still has the voice acting prowess and physicality that he always did. And part of the reason you can conclude this is because he's made it very clear in interviews is that when people ask him, how long does he see himself doing the Mario voice, He's basically said that I'll do it until I drop dead. I'm in it for the long haul. But he did specify that if a day comes where he feels that he is no longer able to do the voice, that he will tell Nintendo that, yep, I have to step back from this. You should find a new person to do the voice. Now that's super interesting because the way that Charles ever worded, the only way that Charles ever worded that was to say, it's my call. I, Charles, will be the person who decides that I'm no longer able to do the voice sufficiently anymore. But Charles seemed to not even think or consider the possibility that Nintendo might arrive at a time where they determine that Charles is no longer sufficient for the role. So that's a bit of unfortunate arrogance on Charles's part to think that only he would be able to render a verdict that he's now too old to fulfill the duties of voice acting Mario. So since Charles had no contingency plan for Nintendo determining it was no longer a good fit, it's really kind of baffling. These are unforced errors, contingencies that any professional participant should be cognizant of. Right, you look at Earthblade, the attempted follow-up by the Celeste game dev studio. When they formed Extremely OK Games, they were like, yes, we're making it a point to establish parity of ownership, to establish equity of ownership throughout all our participants. And then 3 years later, they have a falling out about a revenue share of the intellectual property rights for the art. And it's like, hold on. Did you not set aside a whole plan for this back then? How could there be a misunderstanding that backfires years later? Just like the contingency of whether Charles would be able to continue doing the Mario voice is really not anything that there should have been any surprises or blindsides about. So really that only stems specifically from Charles's under-preparation. Right, if I'm Charles Martinet, I'm going to talk to Nintendo and ask the question of what are my long-term prospects? Can I rely on these voice gigs? Should I expect them to keep coming? Or might there come a day where you're going to hire somewhere else? Charles just seemed to default to the expectation that he would keep getting hired forever, to be interrupted only by Charles declaring that he was no longer fit. And so the heartbreak and confusion that he got was in part a disaster of his own making. Shadow Ops believes what happened is that Charles Martinet wanted more pay to be a voice actor, and Nintendo probably has a cap on voice actors. They offered a different position. I've not seen any documentation of Charles demanding more pay. I've never seen any ounce of that. But the relative affordable cost of Kevin Evgeny versus Charles is something we're going to talk about. If Nintendo is said to have thousands and thousands of millions of voice clips of Charles doing any number of yelps and expressions, that's really bizarre to me because that would almost imply, you would infer, that since they have a massive database of all those dynamic voice clips, that there would be a mutually understood plan in place for how those clips would be used in perpetuity. Would Charles need to get paid every time that they drew from that bank of sound clips? Having that massive of a database would almost give the impression that they planned to use Charles's voice clips even long after he was no longer in the game or no longer a sufficient voice actor. So does the casting of Kevin Afghani possibly indicate a change of plans that would otherwise have been Charles, like permanently, using that infinite bank of sound clips? Now, I've not seen any documentation that Charles asked for a bigger pay raise. But at the same time, it's plausible to consider that after doing the voice for years and years, that it absolutely would have been cheaper to hire Kevin Afghani. For example, Kevin Afghani became available to Nintendo, and I hate to share this heartbreaking detail, through a voiceover agency, through a middleman, right? You think about the poor contractors at Nintendo of America who have it rough. Well, now we are even outsourcing to contractors the voice of Mario. Kevin Afghani is just another client in that network of contracted agency-bound voice actors. And so who knows how long, if at all, Nintendo was looking to sunset Charles and bring in a more affordable, low-key voice actor? But the movie Fallout certainly couldn't have helped. I'm just saying. Now, although I do maintain the stance that Nintendo is well within their rights of decency and precedent to fire an employee at any time for any reason, especially if said things are spelled out in the contract. There was no contract clause that guaranteed Charles work for like decades indefinitely. That being said, I can absolutely empathize with the idea that to get suddenly fired, that's very uneasy, that's very unpleasant. I don't wish that on anyone. Although I do advocate that any employee in any workspace be prepared for that contingency and not leave themselves vulnerable to a sudden heartbreak. But I've worked at jobs where I got this uneasy feeling because after a while I noticed that sometimes my colleagues, who I would say hello to every day, pass their desk, check in with them, say hello, and then suddenly one day I come in and they're just gone. They didn't say that they were leaving, and maybe they didn't know that they were leaving until the day it happened, and management did not announce or disclose squat. So I can definitely tell you that that kind of work environment is not anything that I personally would ever sign up for or participate in and contribute to directly. I don't want, for example, the employees at my business to feel like anyone could just be abruptly thrust onto the chopping block at any time. It kind of takes away the humanity, the genuine interpersonal connections you have on people with people on a team. How can I get invested in the synergy of my workplace and developing meaningful colleague relationships if anyone could up and disappear with a blink of an eye? And so I say this, these sudden firings aren't everybody join hands together and feel good, but Nintendo is within their rights to conduct business that way. And so all you can do is vote with your wallet and vote with your voice. And so I'll be the first to say that when I first discovered that the Mario Wonder trailer had been dropped without disclosing the recasting of Kevin Afghani as Mario, I was very off-put. That felt like that was very impersonal, way too cutthroat. It's like, wow, it's totally understandable for a gamer to feel unease with this, having played all the games throughout the years and getting so understandably emotionally attached to the nostalgia of Charles' voice, and to see it up and blink and disappear like that, it's almost like you have an existential crisis. It's like, it meant so much to me. Did it not mean anything to Nintendo or other gamers? Well, right? I totally get where you're coming from as a starting point. So to perhaps alleviate some of your unease about the shadowy, non-transparent recasting of Mario's voice, I would like you to consider the following justification, which supports with valid reasons why Nintendo would make that at the time controversial decision to drop the trailer without telling everybody it was Afghani. Okay, so first of all, Nintendo is very understandably expected to want to avoid a round 2 of the backlash that they got with the Mario movie recasting. It's almost like the movie casting of Chris Pratt became a soft warm-up for what might be down the line in the event Nintendo decided to recast Charles. And so Nintendo saw all the aggressive backlash that Chris Pratt's casting got, and so it's reasonable to expect them to have a thought process where, like, well, we know people are going to be super opposed to recasting him in Mario Wonder, so if we are honest about that, disclose it up front, so if we are honest about that and disclose it up front, people are going to make up their minds beforehand. They're going to listen to the new voice clips with a jaded, critical eye, with a jaded, critical ear, and they're not going to like it automatically because on principle, because it should still be Charles, say they. Okay, and so where Nintendo's choice to drop the new trailer without disclosing the staffing change makes sense is because the fact that they didn't tell us meant that us listening to that Mario Wonder trailer was essentially a genuine double-blind test, was essentially a genuine single-blind test to determine, can we recast Mario and present it just as Mario, and will people buy that and accept it? And the answer is very unfortunately yes. Now, don't get me wrong. There are absolutely multiple people out there who, the day that Mario Wonder trailer dropped, they knew for a fact it was not Charles. But for every Charles denier, there were 5 other people who were very vocally saying, no, this is Charles. You can listen to the Netlore podcast outlining the reasons cited by these people who were pushing back at the Charles doubters, saying, dude, Nintendo would never recast Mario without telling us. That's unthinkable. Right? So those people who said that are sentenced to 5 years of irrelevance because you're giving Nintendo way too much benefit of the doubt. You clearly do not know the first thing about Nintendo's cutthroat business operating procedures and practices. And your cognitive dissonance about that was so thick that you attempted to chase people away from valid concern and criticisms. So the fact is, Nintendo took that risk to see if people would accept that as a genuine Mario voice. And so they just took a play from the Reggie Fils-Aimé playbook. Don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness after the fact. If anything, just go ahead and do it and deal with the fallout later. And so if we knew that it was going to be a different voice actor, you can only imagine what the crowd response would have been, because everyone would have been critiquing it with that foreknowledge that it wasn't Charles and be a lot more critical of it. So that placebo factor to this is very real, and the only way Nintendo could have found out that Kevin Afghani's performance was passable was to present it without disclosing the behind-the-scenes situation and see how it played out. And so what Nintendo, tragically or otherwise, proved with that Mario Wonder reveal is that Charles Martinet is replaceable. That Charles Martinet is not irreplaceable. And it brings me no joy to say that. But the fact that Nintendo proved that, put all their chips on the table and went for it, is Nintendo's rather based W. It brings me no joy to say that, but I would be disingenuous not to acknowledge it. So look, if Kevin Afghani is more affordable because he's contracted through an agency, we know Nintendo has a big emphasis on their bottom line. Just look at the recent controversies with Switch-gen Pokemon games. And even in addition to the fact of Kevin Afghani being more affordable as a newcomer, well, there's also the aspect that Nintendo doesn't want the actor behind the character to become too big and iconic and super valued and be seen as irreplaceable. Kevin Afghani seems to just be operating in the background, which is totally his prerogative to do so, and in fact that may have well been a condition of him getting hired. Nintendo could have said, we're not looking for you to be, a big social media personality. It's great if you can just do your work and then just be a private citizen. That way there's no baggage. You're not going to get in trouble and complicate the Mario series by putting your foot in your mouth on Twitter. And so, look, I would have preferred perhaps that there was a bit more transparency and mutual understanding on both sides. But if Charles's expectations were so misplaced with the movie situation, well, then all bets are off. It's very plausible for me to imagine that Nintendo was very rightly justified with Charles's pouty behavior surrounding the movie, that all of the goodwill that they had had with him was now drained out, and that led to a less dignified, sudden, abrupt exit from the games. And does my microphone still sound all right? Just let me know if it still sounds good. Just don't want the pops and crackles and whatnot. I'm surprised only Just Light is in here. This is another Martinet Nintendo topic. All right, I think it sounds pretty good. Yeah, sweet. Okay, so I think many, many Mario fans and Nintendo gamers, as well as Charles himself, Tara Strong, and other folks that participate in the voice acting lobby, your massive reality check from all of this is that you have an inflated perception of how businesses work, of how businesses operate in the real world. for all the team building exercises that they put together. And they have posters on the walls celebrating company values of integrity and teamwork, and everything is valued. If you expect every business that participates in the economy to actually follow through on those principles that they tout, that's misguided. Look, they should be standing true to what they claim. But businesses are businesses, and I'm not defending them on the basis of some of these choices, but it's the kind of thing where you shouldn't be surprised and outraged about it in a way that now your ego and your entire worth as a performer now feels undervalued and disrespected. Now, before we get to Charles's sentencing, I'm going to cite a very relevant citation from a most excellent television program on HBO, which is called Industry. And this is one of the best programs I have ever encountered in the post-Sopranos world. It's not perfect. It does have an excess amount of unnecessary gratuitous sex scenes. But aside from that, this program Industry is Kino, people. This program Industry is the real deal, people. And I'm not going to spoil which character in that show gets fired, but there's a character that gets fired with a speech that is absurdly similarly overlapping to this Charles Martinet situation. So get a load of this. This guy, I won't say what season or episode, but he's a career man. He's been a company man supporting the whole enterprise for much of his life, and he abruptly gets fired. And why is that? Well, it's because his sales numbers in the last 4 quarters has been abysmal. And what he tries to say in pleading the case for his continued employment is that he says, so what, I had 4 bad quarters. What about the 100 quarters before that? And the dude looks at him and says, you know full well that the last 4 quarters are the only quarters that ever matter. And that for all the exceptional performances that you put on throughout your career, that does not entitle you to continued valued employment in perpetuity. You will only continue to be compensated for the work that you do that year, that quarter. And so he gives it to him straight. He says, you know full well that here at this business, nobody owes anybody a tomorrow. And so the thing is, this guy isn't technically fired on the show. He's still an employee of the company, but they move him to a different role. They say, we want you to now run the client relationship effort across Europe. Does this sound familiar, people? The Mario ambassador role? He says, as the client relationship manager, you're going to have shorter hours, less stress, increased interactions. You're going to socialize with clients. Away from the melee on the floor. It's a retirement home. And I kid you not, that word melee is in the script, in that scene. That's not a Smash Brothers pun. So the idea that this longtime career man would be sunset, but not totally fired, but removed from the real job that he had to instead be a figurehead doing low-stakes, breezy conversational work, maintaining client relations, in the same way that Charles Martinet, who presumably signed an NDA and worked out an agreement with Nintendo to be able to continue using the Mario branding in all of his Comic-Con, in all of his convention appearances. You guys seeing the similarities here? So all that is to say that there's ample precedent for the way that Charles's career was sunset at Nintendo. And I am not saying that anyone needs to feel good or supportive of this approach, but it shouldn't be baffling. It shouldn't be outrageous. It should not make you clench your fists. If anything, it should make you stop and pause and decide how you truly feel about the Nintendo company. And we're going to get to that ultimate equation that you will be forced to reckon with soon, after Charles's sentencing, which we have arrived at now. I will now be issuing Charles his sentence, which will specify what he needs to do in order to atone for this situation. And I know for a lot of you, it's mind-boggling to hear me say that, because you regard Charles as this martyr who they did him dirty. He's a victim. He was dishonored. But by this point in the video, we have discussed numerous business realities in Hollywood, in the voice acting rat race, none of which gives me particular pleasure, but I will not cheer on the sob stories of martyrs who find themselves blindsided because they have an inflated storybook perception of how the economy works. So, Charles Martinet, former voice of Mario, I sentence you to owning your errors of unwarranted assumptions about the gigs that you are entitled to. If I'm playing your games at home and I see you as a longtime voice actor for Mario, well, I am assuming that you've touched base with Nintendo and ironed out a long-term game plan of how much employment you can continue to expect throughout the years and be prepared for any contingencies in which not just you choose to retire, but also Nintendo deciding that it's time to go in a new direction. You clearly had no plan for that, and you operated on the assumption that you were the irreplaceable, indispensable contributor to whom the Mario series owes a great deal of its success. And of course, look, it helped, but you lost sight of the fact that you were hired to do a job. And since you wanted to believe in a rosy storybook conclusion for your career, it led you straight into a brick wall of a rude awakening in a manner that you could have shown more class. To essentially boycott the movie by not attending the premiere and not so much as acknowledging a word of anything about the movie on social media, where you were regularly active, engaging with any number of other topics. You took to your soapbox to bawl when Tara Strong took her misguided voice actress-centric stance. And so one of the consequences of that is that you're leading by example, and you are now setting a precedent to upcoming generations of voice actors or game designers that they should feel that same expectation of entitlement to continued employment in perpetuity when only you can say when it should stop. So since Charles is not preparing his generation of audience members for those business realities, what I can say to folks, Nintendo fans or otherwise, is that if you are at all interested in these fields, you should figure out all this stuff up front. There is no reason why you should ever be blindsided or heartbroken by any of these developments down the road. And if you think that your performing talent is uniquely magical and no one could ever question or replace it, the only person who will suffer as a result of that choice is you and your fans who have bought into it full bore. And so now that I've sentenced Charles, I'm just going to kind of float a thing or two to Nintendo fans who are watching this from a distance. Everything that I've said about Nintendo, about the weighing the justifications for their choices versus the drawbacks, there are certain things Nintendo did that were disappointing to me on a personal level, but it's not the kind of thing that I would write a bunch of outraged tweets or shame Nintendo publicly and try to pressure them with a peer pressure campaign to get them to change their ways. And it's because Nintendo is within their rights to do these things. My only recourse is to vote with my wallet. And with my voice too, but not in a way that I'm now starting a campaign of shame. So Nintendo fans have to decide whether they want to still patronize Nintendo by being a customer that buys their consoles and games, toys, feature films, everything. If Nintendo's corporate decisions are so upsetting to you, well, by continuing to buy their products, like it or not, you are giving them a continual thumbs up of approval. And we talked about this recently with the Pokemon Sword and Shield situation. Because if Pokemon fans feel like they're getting shortchanged with each subsequent generation of Pokemon games, well, the fact is, if you're voting with your wallet and continuing to buy both versions of the new Pokemon game that comes out on the day of release, you're sending a clear signal to Nintendo that everything's okay. Because Nintendo will continue to do exactly as much as they can get away with. They will expedite the sunset of the Wii U to get going with the next console, to leave the loyal supporters and money spenders of the Wii U are left out to dry. They will similarly delay the launch of the Switch 2 for as long as possible as a de facto punishment for continued purchases by the masses of the Switch 1. So they're a business that's going to get away with what they can, and if you're going to continue buying their products, no problem. There's nothing wrong with voicing your disagreement, but to make it this big dramatic stand and an injustice, you're just giving Nintendo a brief opportunity for a mild chuckle before moving on to their next business agenda item. So, is this Charles Martinet situation enough for any of you to swear off of Nintendo as a boycott in solidarity? Well, of course not. I've never heard anyone who's jumping ship on Nintendo because of this. Just like they're still going to buy Nintendo games despite the fact that some of the music composers weren't credited in the Mario movie, or the original developers of Metroid Prime were not credited in some cases for the Metroid Prime remastered credits. Right? This is a company that has all but taken your continued purchases for granted, and you should look no further than the advertising campaign for Tears of the Kingdom. When it came to Tears of the Kingdom, Nintendo seemed to take the core Zelda fan base's purchase for granted, because the deluxe advertisement campaign that came out was that rich, depressed man who was sneaking in little gameplay sessions on the brief opportunities he had during his 85-hour work week. And so it's like, well, we know we have the Zelda lobby as a guaranteed day one $70 purchase, so let's try to instead focus our efforts and courtship of the new market. The market that was opened up with the Wii 1. Casuals. People just dipping into gaming here and there to have a brief moment of childlike innocence before going back to their droning job 85 hours a week. So if any fans are going to continue having this angsty backlash, well, just admit that if you're going to continue supporting Nintendo, then it's all a moot point. You might as well just acknowledge that Nintendo is too big to fail at this point, because they would have to do so much worse things for you to ever vote with your wallet. But when Metroid 6 comes out, admit it, you're going to buy a Switch 2 as soon as Metroid 6 becomes available. So until you acknowledge that Nintendo fans' integrity is compromisable for a price, then any soapboxing you do will ring totally hollow and futile. Shadow Ops' view is that Nintendo should have never named that console the Wii U. No one was taking Nintendo serious. If anything, they should have called it the Switch. That's a good name for a console, the Switch. Illumination made the movie. They sure did. And so I know as we wind down this video, many of you are angry about what you've heard, and that's to be expected. It's going to take 3 years until you can even start to process and acknowledge the practical realities of how everything got to this situation. But for the rest of you, if this video shed a little bit of light and made the situation a little less mysterious, well, then that was a successful intended outcome. And as one final parting word, you can give all the benefit of the doubt to Charles himself and make Nintendo to be this evil, soulless company, but you also have to extend some benefit of the doubt the other way, because we know so little about what happened behind the scenes. And if Charles Martinet made a big stink about the movie casting, and suddenly Nintendo put him in the doghouse in regard to the games, well, then it could have been that Charles said something misguided behind the scenes that led Nintendo to sunset him in the impersonal, seemingly heartless business manner that they were nonetheless within their rights to follow through on. So, otherwise, get hyped for the next Mario game, guys. If the Switch 2 launches with a new 3D Mario, you are required to acknowledge, like it or not, that Kevin Afghani is good enough because his voice passed for Charles Martinez in a blind study when that trailer was revealed. If anything, that's one final wake-up call to fans that the idea that Charles's contributions were uniquely irreplaceable and integral to the entire experience, well, that facade was torn down through a brisk set of straightforward, quasi-based, business decisions. So I'll see you guys for the Switch 2 reveal. Try to keep your head up. It has been my honor to deliver you these harsh reality checks with nonetheless integrity and compassion, if not tough love. This has been Alex Yard here at 91.6 WAYZ, the Alex Yard Zone. Take care. And if you still find yourself tussled up about all this, become a Sonic fan. Because we seem to have no issues understanding how the video game industry, because we seem to have no misconceptions or heartbreaks about how the video game industry operates. And there it is. There we go, everybody. Innocence destroyed. It's all there on the table. Shadow, I've said that earlier. I'm sure you did, whatever it was. So yeah, guys, that's the talk. I know this was not a confetti party, and I was a little bit long-winded at times, but I'm sure I can solve that in editing, cutting out the redundant points that I made. But yeah, thanks for listening, everybody. I'm sorry I was really just not on top of my game today. I won't tell you the behind the scenes, but I did some stuff earlier today. Not only did I work on the new music theory video for a couple hours, but I also did some other tasks that I had to do, and I was not happy about it. I think it kind of threw me off. So, sorry if I was cranky today. I want to do better and not slip into a rut. But yeah, if Third Bruno is still here, you know, I don't want to put any of you on the spot. If you have any thoughts about what I said today, and if you think everything I said is bogus, that's of course fine too. Just to give everyone a chance, if they want to say something, and if no one's still around, that's totally fine. All right, Third Bruno sees my points. You know, when I was writing the Sopranos video, at one point there was a line that I eventually cut that said, and I was doing it provocatively, but it still had some compassion on Charles's side of things. The line that I cut was to say, Nintendo was right to fire Charles, but the way they went about it was terrible. So my take at that point was to say that sunsetting Charles was fine, but releasing the trailer without disclosing it was indecent. But as I thought about it more and more, I saw the justifications. I could not ignore them. Yeah, now, Third Bruno is reminded of the Bayonetta situation. And, yeah. So, maybe I can patch that in. And so another piece of food for thought to leave you with is comparing the Mario voice situation to the Bayonetta recasting situation. I would posit it to anyone watching this video. Let me know in the comments. Do you see the Mario situation as any different than the Bayonetta situation? Are they both equally understandable? Or are they both equally an injustice to the voice actress? Because I don't think there were that many people rushing to the defense of the fired Bayonetta voice actress the way that they were with Charles. So that introduces the aspect of, like, do you think that a voice actor suddenly is entitled to permanent job security after they do a certain amount of roles? I would ask you to think about that in a way that may expose how arbitrary and vague that expectation is. Yeah, Shadow Ops was saying, we'll never know what happens behind office doors. Yeah, with the Bayonetta girl, yeah, she was very vocal and... Right, so the Bayonetta girl overtly asked everyone to boycott the game. Charles certainly seems to be displeased about it, but he almost certainly had an NDA as a condition of him being able to continue using the Mario brand in his convention appearances. So I guess he knew that it was imperative that he keep the ability to do conventions with the Mario branding. And so he made the concession, the compromise for that. So yeah. So here's my last question before I'm going to take a brief break, and then I'm just going to come back and end the stream. But if anyone has, joke or otherwise, a pitch for what the name of the video should be called, because I want it to be provocative. The kind of general angle I was thinking of is like, justifying Nintendo's side of things. As if to say, like, you don't have to fully support Nintendo, but at least acknowledge that it wasn't all a crime, that there were at least some reasons to be transparent, but also other justifications to do it without disclosure. Eblo says, Charles Martinet or yay. That's great. All right, I'll be right back, and then I'll, be ending the stream soon. I don't think I'll do this as the title, but like the kind of angle that I was kind of leaning toward is to say, like, make it as provocative as possible and say, Nintendo was right to fire Charles. You need to relax. Something like that. And then in the thumbnail, the text will say, it's just business. The famous Michael Jackson quote, when Michael Jackson bought the Beatles recording catalog for a great price, I think, and then he was talking to Paul McCartney, and Paul was trying to, like, work out a good deal where Paul or the other Beatles could get a good share. And Michael Jackson just flatly said, no, this recording catalog is mine. And Paul was like mad about it. And Michael Jackson said, it's just business. Michael understood. Michael understood what Charles Martinet did not. And I also chose not to bring up the fact of Charles being an American. I don't want to bring up any lingering war drama, just hard feelings. And also you think about the fact of what happened with... and actually, maybe I should briefly mention this to patch it in. The Metal Gear situation is extremely similar. I'm going to say this and patch it in right after the Bayonetta part. You ready? Right, even beyond Bayonetta, there's ample precedent for this. You could maybe even argue that the voice of Solid Snake by David Hayter is even more integral to the Metal Gear experience throughout the years, because it's not just quick yelps and noises, it's entire soliloquies, novels worth of spoken dialogue. So for Kojima to drop voice actor David Hayter as the voice of Snake for Metal Gear Solid 5, something that he had apparently been striving to do for a good while and finally made it happen, Kojima was well within his rights and even decency to do that, and I have to wonder why David Hayter could have been so blindsided by that. Maybe he had a similar storybook trust in the fate of the universe that would continue valuing his irreplaceable continued voice work. And look, I could maybe make the case against recasting someone else as Solid Snake, but it was Venom Snake, who was technically a different human and much older. All right. Well, everybody, I want to thank you for listening. I know this wasn't the easiest topic, and so I appreciate your open-mindedness, and I look forward to this take being represented in the discussion. Right. So Eblo says technically he did get recast for Big Boss, right? Because David Hayter did Big Boss in 3, and then not 5. But it was many years later, which even that is not ironclad, because Metal Gear Solid 4's Old Snake, actually, Old Snake is not that many years after MGS2, because he had the accelerated aging MacGuffin, whatever. And that's true. Eblo also points out that Big Boss was recast in MGS4. Yeah, especially, well, I want to say more, but I probably because of spoilers. But that's true. That's true. They did do that. So cool. So yeah, everybody. I want to thank you once and again. And I'll see you next time, huh? Have a great night, Eblo and Third Bruno. Keo, if you're still with us. JJ, have a great night. And of course, Shadow Ops and the other person watching on YouTube. And the other person beyond those who are in chat here on Twitch. Vector's still here. Probably not, but bye, Vector. And yes, good night, Keo. And I'll see you this weekend for Dark Souls and chill Sonic Mania hangout. I look forward to it. And there might be at least one other Mario game in the mix. I'll see you then, guys. Take it easy, Shadow Ops. Bye for now. Take care. Sonic the Hedgehog. Was I getting vibes of that voice in JJ's top games of 2024? Sonic the Hedgehog.